And we are live. Good morning.
But are we though?
Yes. Remember, there's a delay. So, we are turtleherding.com.
No, we're not. We're Lehnanne and Michael.
And we can be found at turtleherding.com.
That's right.
And we are starting day one of our 4-day drive. Let us know how the audio is.
Okay, not too much lag.
And remember, we are streaming on cellular, so we will only be as good as our internet connectivity. Hey, Hari, how are you doing, buddy?
Don't forget we have to stop and drop
Get
off
rid of trash. Yeah.
The refuse. Where's the seatbelt for the cat? She has a crate, but she does not like it. So we've got one on the dash, we've got one on the lap, then we've got the dog.
Well, yeah, the cat, the animals.
Yeah, the animals.
And the cats do tend to like the crates from time to time, but they come and go as they please. They get to pick where they go for the ride.
If we zip them up in it, that's all we hear is just cat.
Them whining, yeah.
And Louis is really persistent and loud, which is he's on the dash.
Yeah.
Hello, Augusto. How is beautiful Brazil today? That's a whole lot of tetanus right there.
Whole lot of rusty metal, huh?
Yep. Somebody's on David's side.
Oh, no, they're not.
Oh, okay.
His is the corner one. It was open. That's okay. He won't be needing it for a bit.
Yep.
Even if they were renting it.
So glad to be heading back to low humidity.
Yep.
It's not nearly as bad as Florida was in June, but
looks like
not great.
We may need to tip that camera down. I'll get that when we stop up here, where we're on level ground. I don't know. It might be okay.
There's something sticking out of that one.
Out of what one? Is it outside of our tires?
Yeah, outside of our tires.
Then doesn't matter.
You started to drift. I just didn't want you to.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm not awake yet.
Yeah, they have bolts that anchor those down, and some of them have backed out.
Good to hear it, Augusto. It's getting scary down there again with the numbers climbing. Not nearly as bad as we are. So before we get going, we are self-contained. The only time we have to leave the coach is to fuel up and walk the dog.
And fueling up is done completely at the pump.
Yeah.
I don't have to go in and pay for anything. We have cards to activate the trucker pumps and everything. Oh, we're good. Question here.
Yeah.
How you doing, sir?
Okay, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
My wife said you had some kind of screen on the front of your...
Magna Shade.
Oh yeah, Magna Shade.
Yes. Does it work?
Very much. Yeah.
Well, we've got a 45 bus ride up here.
Okay, yeah.
She's been meaning to come by and ask you if you hadn't done it. She hadn't done it. So I'll make brownie points by telling her I asked you if you walked out.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
It comes
and they
in different colors.
you can get them printed with pictures if you want, or you can get a different colors. And they go on. They have magnets that go on the inside of the windshield, and that way there's nothing outside. And when you get stopped, they have 2 extension poles, and you put it up at the the 2 corners, and it sticks right in place.
Fantastic, but it's on the inside.
Yep. Yep.
Wonderful.
The magnets are the shade itself's on the outside.
There's a magnet
Yep.
right there on the window if you want to point to it.
These are the ones that they give for the other windows. But the one for the front glass, the windshield, the magnets are inside, but the shade's outside. They're just really strong magnets.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate
No
it.
problem.
Yes, y'all have a safe trip.
Yep. Thanks. We'll see you down the road.
All right.
Got to get those wife brownie points. Yep, there's the second cat. They love to make the appearances.
Oop, I forgot to tighten the knob down.
What knob?
It goes to the fan
Oh.
speed control.
Okay, just making sure it's not
That's not mission critical.
right. Little Jack Russell up there just bolting for all it's worth.
Is there a butt warmer on? Yes, it is. I was wondering why I was getting super toasty.
That little French bulldog, I thought it was a.
Jack Russell.
Well, there's a Jack Russell, but there's also a French bulldog, and I thought it was a potbelly pig. He's so rotund. She's wrestling with him now, trying to get him leashed up.
Yeah.
Oh, the other one's not a Jack Russell. It's a Frenchie as well. Oh. May have to check and see what that noise was.
I'm guessing it was something in the dishwasher or in the sink.
Dishwasher, there's nothing in the sink this time, thankfully.
Okay.
Dishwasher or your metal coffee thingies. So.
Yep.
You gonna stop here?
Yep.
Okay.
You have the trash already?
Yeah, it's right by your seat. So. Where are you stopping to fix the camera and all that?
Right here.
Okay. Come on, boo boo. I shall return.
Okay. Actually, I think the camera height's okay. Wrong way with it. Yeah, that's good.
Before you.
So Hari, yeah, the cat that's on the dash doesn't mind it at all. The driving. You okay to roll?
Yeah, I'm just making sure stuff is.
Okay. The cat that was on Lehnanne's lap, she is not really. The first day of travel for her is really rough. It used to be that she would have some lower GI issues and throw up and a little bit of everything.
Well, come on.
We have found through the help of our vet some medicine that we give her the night before we get on the road, and it really calms her down a lot so she doesn't have to deal with that. So she may still
Foam and.
yeah, she may still drool a bit, and she may go to the bathroom, but she at least makes it to the litter box
Most of the time.
most of the time.
Yeah. But she gets a anti-nausea and a little bit of gabapentin to calm her down. Well, hello. And of course Fiona, she loves to be on the dash as well.
Yeah, she's a bit of a scaredy dog though. She'll hop down at the slightest thing, and she loves being on my lap for some reason when I'm driving.
She's a daddy's girl.
Yep.
Why are
And-
we going back to Vegas? Comfort, humidity, and I don't know.
breathing, the ability
Yeah,
to breathe.
the breathing. This is a family fun park kind of thing, and there's huge fire pits behind every site, on every site.
And they sell firewood.
Right. And with like both of us have breathing issues when there's a lot of cigarette smoke or campfire, and it's about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago
Just
the wind
not paying
shifted
attention.
direction
Good. Yeah. Hello. How about that?
and was the wind ended up blowing the smoke right at our coach. And so we woke up at like 2 or 3 in the morning and couldn't breathe. So
Yeah, I thought that the smoke alarm was going to go off at any minute when I woke up from that. So. Hari, when we have to take the cats to the vet, they have to go in their crate, and they just Louie, the vet tech said that Louie sounds like her rabbi, because
the vet's rabbi.
the vet's rabbi, because he wails and it sounds like he's saying L'chaim a lot. So he's a strange one. Hey Pete. Happy Turkey Day. Gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
We will not be having turkey today. Well, we might. I got some sliced turkey.
I'm rebooting our GPS device here. It wasn't letting me pick a destination.
Ah. Well, I have it in the phone just to double check, verify.
Yep.
And I checked the highway weather app, so we should be good to Amarillo. But tomorrow we may run into some wintry mix, which,
That's always fun.
yeah. At least it's not blizzard. Pete, we are heading back to Las Vegas, Nevada. Hi, David. Thank you. Got a safe trip.
Oh. Hey, David. Hi, buddy. Coming up? Okay.
Now, you wouldn't think humidity in Central Texas would be bad, but we had to put in the plug in the dehumidifier and.
Yeah, when we went to Florida back in 2019 for the SpaceX launches,
Head west toward South Burleson Boulevard, then turn right onto South Burleson Boulevard.
it was May and June,
Take the next right onto South Burleson Boulevard.
which are Florida is humid anyway, but May and June are really pretty humid. July and August are worse. But so while we were there, we bought a dehumidifier that had a hose and a pump on it, so it would self-evacuate. And the hose it took was a little 1/4-inch poly line,
Continue on South
like
Burleson Boulevard for 3 miles.
like your ice maker takes. And so we're able to actually slide that through between the slide out mechanism right here behind my seat. So the dehumidifier sits under the steering wheel and then pumps itself out through the slide out. So it works out really well. So Pete, yeah, we're gonna stop in Amarillo, Texas today, and then tomorrow I believe we're gonna make it all the way to Milan.
Yeah, Milan, just
Milan, New
west
Mexico.
of Albuquerque.
Yeah, west of Albuquerque by probably an hour and a half or so, if I remember right. Test the horn. Yep, that works. We already checked all the lights.
Sorry, I'm texting to let everybody know
We're streaming and live.
doing our thing.
We are really hoping that because it's a holiday here in the U.S., Thanksgiving, that traffic will be light. That would be splendid. Although out in the desert Southwest is generally not too bad anyway.
Alright, fair warning, I'm going to be sucking out a lozenge, so you're going to smell
Okay.
the old lady menthol.
It's okay.
Giddy up, cowboy.
Hey, good morning, Kim.
Oh.
You'll be surprised to see us. Yeah, we're with the fourth day being a short one, only a couple of hours on it, going from Kingman up to Las Vegas. This is all contingent upon the weather cooperating. We have looked at the weather forecast for the road, and there is a chance of a wintry mix for tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Tomorrow's drive. So hopefully that will hold off, or at least not make roads impassable and not have silly people
'cause
do dumb
going
things.
through Albuquerque, we will be hitting a higher elevation, so it may make it a little sketchy.
Yeah, so a lot of people, the desert, they think hot all the time, but really it just means it's relatively dry. And so the high desert, like in Albuquerque, is 5,000 feet, maybe higher.
It's like,
So it gets rather cold up there, and actually on Saturday morning's wake up is forecast to be 15 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about -3 Celsius, if I'm remembering right, if I'm guessing right.
no.
No? 15?
What is it, 30? It's gotta
So
be
15
like,
from 32 is 17 degrees Fahrenheit, and then half of that.
oh,
So about
maybe-
-8.
yeah. Augusta, we don't go to Florida unless there's a SpaceX launch or something.
Which is happening frequently right now.
Right,
but
right now, and it's mostly due to my chronic illness, the
In a
humidity.
quarter mile, use the left lane to take the I-35W North ramp.
The humidity really causes a flare and makes everything hurt all of the time.
Yep.
So.
And Hari, yes, we are using OBS. I have some links in the description on the video for the
lane to take the I-35W North ramp, then merge onto I-35W North.
for the hardware that we use. We've got a Logitech webcam pointed out the front glass, and then a GoPro action cam knockoff that works as a USB camera pointed at us. So that's a nice wide 170-degree field of view. And then the map and the speed and overlays are all browser inserts from custom code that I've written.
You okay? Whew. Kim let the girls know that we're going through Wichita Falls, Texas, up through Quanah and Goodnight, and on into Amarillo via Road 287 if they want to follow along on the maps. It's highway, I think, Highway 287, not...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an interstate. It's just a 4-lane with a median.
Yeah.
And on our blog, turtleherding.com, and I think in the video description as well, we do have a link to the map which shows our projected route along with our nightly stops. Not sure if I updated the one in the video description to include the nightly stops or not, but the one on the blog definitely has the nightly stops. Man, I thought I was doing so good and got everything done. I forgot to switch the homepage of the blog over to the live stream page.
Oh well.
Yeah.
You get what you pay for. Whew.
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again.
Man. My phone is blowing up, y'all. I'm famous. Not really.
Infamous, maybe.
Infamous, yeah.
Hey, Gerhard, how are you?
Kurt Weber's.
Hello, Kurt. Thank you, everyone, for jumping on the stream with us this morning, or afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are.
Oh, I think somebody dropped a stank bomb.
Do we need to open the vent?
Probably, yeah. Woo.
Hey, Google, open the kitchen vent.
Good girl, Nam.
Hey, Google, open the kitchen vent.
Sure, opening kitchen vent.
There we go.
Hey, Google, stop.
Ooh, yeah, that one is tart.
Yeah.
Good job, baby girl. I'm gonna turn off recirc and get some fresh air.
Do you want anything while I'm out?
No, I'm okay.
It's got a little bit of dribble. Hey, baby.
Hey, Eminem and the gang.
Oh, my goodness.
Does something say we're doing 255? Yeah, I don't think we're actually hitting that. Ah, man. Okay, that's a new code bug I'll have to work on.
Lulu, can you let me sit down, please?
Hey, Kim, yeah, or Kurt, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Gobble, gobble. Hope you're all practicing safe Turkey Day festivities.
Here you go, buddy.
Hope everyone out there is good and COVID free out there, or if you've had it, it was a light bout and you've moved on with life. We've had a couple of friends test positive for COVID, and a lot of my family that I don't really keep up with anymore, they were a little bit on the COVID denier side of things, and now not so much.
Yeah.
Pretty much that whole section of family has come down with it, and from what I understand, not a light version.
Right. Gerhard has no turkey or Thanksgiving. We don't really do Thanksgiving either.
Yeah. Well, Gerhard's in Germany, so.
You're getting ready for the Christmas
October
markets.
Yeah, yeah.
October.
I know. My mind is gone.
I've been, I follow Fulda. When my dad was in the army, we lived in Fulda, Germany for 3.5 years. And so I follow their Instagram account, and they're getting the Christmas market all ready, and makes me homesick.
Augusto, yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
January 21st
Woo!
is Inauguration Day.
Counting. It's gonna be the best birthday present ever. Yeah, it's a nightmare. So.
We're glad to get some stability back in our Oval Office. Hey Google, close the kitchen vent.
I hope y'all don't have your Google thing going on, because we're probably
Sure. Closing kitchen vent.
going to trigger it a couple times today for you.
Well, I don't know. We're usually all right with it, but
At least we're not like David, who said, well, when we had the A word from Amazon, he would
an Echo device.
yeah, the Echo device. He would jokingly say, "Hey, A, buy X amount of whatever
Toilet paper or
toilet
something.
paper." No,
Everybody's scrambling.
stop.
Test. Okay, yep, the audio seems to be in the good range. Might need to turn it down a little bit, but as long as we're not clipping, I guess. Yeah, Oktoberfest canceled, all Christmas markets, and New Year's fireworks as well. Wow.
Wow.
That's probably pretty smart.
Yeah. Germans are way smarter. What was the... Oh, there was a mug that we saw in a German market in Ohio. It was you can't tell a German anything or something, because like the stubbornness.
How do you tell a German something?
Yeah, it was on a mug on a.
Yeah, it was a little short little quip. I can't remember
It made
the
me
text.
giggle because it's so true.
Something like you can always tell a German, but not much, or something.
Yeah, you can always tell a German, but not much. I actually ordered, there's an online that is, they import a lot of German foods and Bath and Body things. So I did my annual stock up on my German goodies. So, and they're sitting in the office in Las Vegas waiting for us.
Yep.
I got cookies for days. At least days.
Yeah. Maybe just a few days, though.
Maybe just a few days.
So we actually have 5 cellular links bonded together for the stream We have 3 unlimited Verizon, 1 unlimited AT&T, and 1 unlimited T-Mobile. And the AT&T that we have is going to expire in January of this year. So we'll be losing it before our next big drive. Wait, did I say January this year? January coming up, 2021. We did have another AT&T that just expired. It was set to expire on the 28th. I'm not sure if that's like day after tomorrow, I think. Is today the 26th?
Oh, I have no idea.
Man, I don't know.
It's Thursday. I got that much right.
Yeah, it is Thursday.
So we've got 12 miles on this part of the interstate, and then we're going to head northwest on 287. We do have to go through Fort Worth, but hopefully the traffic will not be a problem. We had a line of storms come through. What was that, Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday night.
Yeah, we didn't get it too bad.
Or maybe Monday night.
It might have been Monday night. We didn't get it too bad, but friends of ours in the area, the tornado warnings went off and there's some damage.
They actually have a confirmed tornado touchdown in Arlington, which is just that direction, east of here. So we were very lucky. Basically, the path would have been about 5 miles north of us,
yeah,
where it was projected, and then it actually touched down in Arlington. So we were very, very lucky. They were also projecting hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds for our location. Luckily, the hail dropped off, and the winds, we did get some good wind out of it, but not 60 miles an hour, I don't think. But no damage there for us or anyone around us there at the park that we could see.
Yeah, Michael actually took Fiona out before it actually hit. The rain did, and somebody was warned the people. Somebody was setting up to build a big fire. And
in 2 miles, use the left lane to take the exit toward I-35W North.
Yeah, the for some reason, I mean, there's lightning and thunder going off all around, and this guy's starting his fire up. I'm like, you do know this severe thunderstorm warning and 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail coming our way, right? He's like, oh crap, and he starts dousing his fire. Which we were very thankful of, because that meant we could breathe that night.
Yay!
Yeah, for those that aren't aware, RVs are not airtight, not in the slightest.
Yeah. Gerhard, we do not have stock in any of the cellulars.
No.
We should have stock for all that we pay in internet. Yeah, we probably should have bought stock in a couple of different companies, but...
Huh. Here, I thought this was an exit.
No,
but
we
it's
have,
just a split.
Our exit is 60.
Well, I thought 35 west, because it was saying...
In half a mile, use the left lane to take the exit toward I-35W North.
Oh, that's the express lane entrance. I probably shouldn't be there.
Yeah, probably not. It says Texas tag, so I don't think it's a...
Okay. Now I'm more confident we're in the correct lane. 35 west north.
Use the left lane to take the exit toward I-35W North.
Yeah, unfortunately no stock. We also now have Starlink, although we haven't been able to get access to it because we're not in the area that they have service as of right now. We're going to try again when we get up to Las Vegas and see if they have anything covering up there yet. Kind of doubting it, and it's not going to be something in Vegas that we're able to use
anyway with the tree coverage.
Yeah, there's a lot of tree coverage, so at best we'll have it part of the day. Sorry.
It's okay. Trucking along.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
More Kirby's. Oh, I'm guessing that was the top drawer?
Yeah, a couple of the drawers didn't get secured. You okay, ma'am? Hey, baby girl. Okay? Oh my goodness, you got big sloppers. Come here, darling. I know. You hate them. Come here.
Hey. Hi. What you doing? Come here.
No, no.
Oh.
Coming into a construction zone here with a 55 mile an hour speed limit. Hey, Mark. Tawny and Rudy are watching, huh? Yeah, 255 miles an hour. That's new code that evidently has a bug in it. I developed it while I was sitting still, which means it didn't get tested until we started down the highway. So yeah, rest assured we are not doing 255 miles an hour. Hey, Christopher C. Welcome to the stream, buddy. How are you this morning, or afternoon, or evening? Where are you going?
Say, Mom's got cookies. But they're not for you. Nope.
M&M and the gang, how long will we be in Vegas? Likely the rest of the winter, probably at least till February, maybe into March, maybe into April. Don't know. We got to wait and see how the pandemic shakes out and figure out where we would want to be. So it's all kind of up in the air right now. RVers in general, we tend to say that we keep our plans in jello. So we had planned on being, well, our original plans for this winter were 2 weeks in Tennessee and then the rest of the winter in Kentucky. Then that shifted to a week in New Mexico and then the rest of the winter in Fredericksburg, Texas. And then after one day in Fredericksburg, we moved to Burleson, Texas, and we thought, okay, we'll be here. And then we couldn't really breathe in Burleson because of all the campfire smoke. So we then decided we're going to go back to Vegas. So right now, what is that, like our fourth plan?
Yeah.
Fourth winter plan for 2020 is Las Vegas for 4 months or so.
Augusto, no, this time we are not going through rodeo. We did a little upkeep and whatnot before we came through.
Yeah, on the way this direction we stopped into rodeo. But if we were going to stop into rodeo on the way back, it would add about, you
4
said
hours.
4 hours, okay. You said 10 earlier, and I
Well,
thought that
the
sounded...
traffic thing or something.
Oh, okay. There was a traffic jam at 10. Hey, Gearhard. Yeah, glad we're looking good on your 94-inch. That's impressive. You must have good upscaling because we're only transmitting in 720p, I believe.
Apparently, he worked at them as a freelancer.
Yeah, he worked for Starlink. Yeah, I wish we could buy stock in Starlink. That'd be great. But they're not public
In
yet.
half a mile, continue straight onto I-35W.
When they go public, they're probably going to go public at some really insane
It'll likely
price.
go through the roof quickly, yeah. So yeah, Starlink, they're going to be opening up a wider beta in January of this coming year.
Continue straight onto I-35W.
So in a month and a couple of days, basically. So sometime January 2021, they're anticipating a wider beta.
Continue for 3/4 of a mile.
Our exit's in 2.5 miles.
Okay. Danke.
Or I don't. Does Texas do it? Texas do it by actual miles? Some states
Should, yeah.
We were in
half a
some
mile,
state
keep
that
left,
didn't do it by
continue toward
miles.
I-35W north.
So for people who aren't used to driving big vehicles, you see all those yellow speed signs, but they're not speed limits. They're for big vehicles, and we absolutely honor them every time we see them, because generally it would be unsafe for a vehicle of our size to go faster than that.
Yep.
On that curve or whatever's going on.
Keep left,
where were we that it was an overpass, turn, curve, and it didn't have a sign?
Yeah.
And
Well, the one I'm thinking of is an underpass curve turn. That was in Phoenix. And there were 2 of them in a row that weren't marked. We were doing the speed limit and a lot of stuff come unstowed.
Yep. Gerhard said it's a Samsung 8K with chip.
In 2 miles,
Oh, nice.
use the right 2 lanes to take exit 60 for US 81 North, US.
Happy Gobble Day to you, Red Jag. Our Machete, surprised to see you on a live drive. The decision last Friday to head back to Vegas
Yep.
for another parks and tried to figure out to go east or back south Texas
And decided on
and
Vegas. Which is
yeah.
So when I called to make the reservation, they know us
Well.
at the Las Vegas Motorcoach Resort. So when I called, Joanne answered the phone. She said, "Hey Michael, this is Joanne at Las Vegas Motorcoach Resort. How are you doing? We were just thinking about you and wondering if we were going to see you this winter."
This is our exit.
Yep. So they are very familiar with us, and
Yeah, at this point I regret selling our lot there, like, because we used it
A
a
lot.
lot. And you know, he got a job 7 years ago, 8
In half
years
a
ago
mile,
that
use
we
the
could
right 2
travel
lanes
full
to
time.
take exit 60 for US 81
And-
North, US 287 North toward Decatur.
We had all these, we're gonna go to all these state parks and we're just gonna travel, but what they don't tell you when you have to work from home, well, you know, it should be assumed, you have to have really solid internet coverage.
oh yeah.
Use the
So-
right 2 lanes to take exit 60.
But the thing that wasn't obvious in the beginning was that there would not be solid LTE coverage
Right.
at all the
yeah.
places we wanted to be.
Continue for 103 miles.
We discovered Vegas, loved it, kept going back to it, so we bought a site there, and we keep saying we want to go and see other places, but when we see other places, we're almost always disappointed because people
Yeah.
ruin everything.
People are why we can't have nice things.
Yeah. Christopher, why is today a sad day?
I don't know that we said it was a sad day.
He said today is a sad day.
Oh.
So
Oh.
yeah, I don't.
Maybe because it was celebrating the
Slaughter
of indigenous.
people.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's what you're going after, but yes, we would agree with you on that.
Yeah. I don't think in our family we ever really, like, when we were stationed somewhere else and we didn't have obligations with other relatives, Mom, we didn't really have turkey or anything like that. We were just as likely to have hamburger helper as we were to have turkey. It's a Thursday. That's
Thursday, that's a day off.
yeah. Happy Thursday, y'all.
Oh.
Oh.
That's not good.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him, but that's pretty bad. Henderson.
Diego Maradona.
Our Machetes at his place in Marco Island for the holidays. We'll be back in Henderson January sometime, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how social distancing goes out. Las Vegas right now, Clark County has had over 17,000 new cases in the last 2 weeks. So, yeah.
That's a bit much.
Yeah, it is. It's not as bad as Los Angeles, which is 20-some, pushing near 30,000.
Sheet of plywood. Rude.
Christopher, I'm really sorry to hear that. I lost both of my parents, and I would say the first holidays without them were pretty bad. A lot of milestones, but you never get over it. You just learn how to get through it. Hi, Roy. We're waving to your sticks and bricks. I don't know what side of the road it's on, but full time for 2020. 420. Sorry, my niece giggles every time anybody references 420, and the is.
It's kind of a
It's a family thing.
Pavlovian response for
Yeah.
us, just because of her.
Yeah. I should say that she's already graduated high school. She's not like a small, tiny child person.
Yeah. Red Jag. Wow, you got the day off.
Woohoo!
Yeah, that is a treat. I've worked many holidays in the support world. Because usually, well, you have to have someone covering, and because we don't really do much for the holidays, I would tend to volunteer and take the days so that the guys with families and such guys and gals with families would be able to get out and spend time. As I've gotten older, my seniority has given me the ability to better enjoy my holiday time off.
Ooh.
You all right?
Yeah. You crested a frost heave or something, and I didn't realize I was low on caffeine when I got up the first time. Thanks, Gerhard. We're gonna be traveling until Sunday, so pop in anytime. And
Yep. We'll pass along your well wishes for David.
yes, I feel like now I need a currywurst brooch and
You know what I'd love?
a coffee.
That would be good, yeah. I was gonna say cashews or jerky or both, but yeah.
You want a coffee shake? Try it.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot. Sorry, I should have mentioned it while you were
Yeah.
up. I'm sorry.
You want mocha latte or cafe au lait?
Let's try cafe au lait because I have to get that out of the way.
Does anybody know what cafe au lait means? I think it means white coffee. I don't know.
Like it's gonna jazz you up or something.
No, that's Spanish au lait. This
I
is
know.
au lat.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was Spanish au lait. I hadn't seen the label. Dankeschön.
Cafe au lait.
Oh. A-U-L-A-I-T. So French.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy French. My new glasses should be in Vegas as well. My
Oh, yeah.
non-tinted bifocals. I'll be able to see.
Yeah. It's drinkable, but not my favorite.
Oh, you got 3 more of them.
Yay. Sorry. It is supposed to be windy for our drive, especially tomorrow, I think. Maybe tomorrow and Saturday. Right?
Yes. Sorry, my glasses are...
That's okay. Woohoo! We are rocking 257 miles an hour, baby.
Whoop. Good thing we got a windshield. My jowls would be like...
We're in our own little speed bubble.
Yep. So we're going to be driving through Wichita Falls, Texas. Fun fact, that's where my parents were married.
Oh.
Yep, they drove down from Lawton, Oklahoma and got married. Dad was stationed at Fort Sill. And extra bonus round, after they got home from getting married, they went back to the house and they were watching the evening news, and there was some sort of protest going on at the courthouse, and there were cameras there, and there was footage of my dad grabbing his wallet, and it looked like he was scratching his butt.
Which is also something your dad
he
would do.
Yeah, just zero F's given.
Yeah.
And I apologize right now. I swear like a hockey player, so I do make a strong effort not to.
On the stream?
On the stream, because I know that it's all ages, everybody. Usually I don't know I do it until someone clutches the pearls around me.
Yeah. And I'm used to toggling my extended vocabulary on and off for customer service calls. So, talking with customers. So I tend to be able to curtail it most
You
of the
got a
time.
big old pickup truck
Yeah.
coming on, hopefully.
Can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, there's two of them.
I got cars on my left. Oh,
Nope.
good. He slowed down, so that's good.
Roy, correction. Full-time for 2021. Actually looking for the exact rig you guys have.
Oh, cool.
Hey, by 2021, it might be for sale. Yeah.
Maybe.
We've been looking into narrow boating in the UK, the canal system. Trying different things for my health protocol, the meds and everything that I do, trying to figure out a way to head over there for some time and maintain.
Be able to persist with your medical regimen.
Yep. Which honestly, it's difficult in the United States. It's hard enough when you travel. You have to get the pharmacy in on it, and sometimes they mess up the orders, and it's
A lot of times I have to call the doctor to revalidate prescriptions.
So I have to tell her every once in a while, like, well, now she knows the drill, that, I didn't blow through a year's worth of refills. They just don't let it cross state lines or whatever the weird regulations are. Cannot seem to finesse these to fit on my face without being crooked. Like I'm just making it work.
So it wasn't terrible, the coffee shake thing.
No?
No, it just wasn't.
Coffee?
Yeah, it had that protein twinge to it.
Yeah, I can't do that. I had enough of that. It just smells. I think the clear protein drinks that I had to have, the IsoPure.
Yeah,
they
IsoPure.
They smelled so bad. But I had to gag them down, and now
We'll never have them again.
Nope. Ooh, there's a Chester's chicken. How are we on fuel, by the way?
7/8 of a tank.
Okay.
And 3/4 of a tank of DEF.
Okay.
Oh man, I forgot this wasn't an interstate. I saw that car come across, I'm like, that shouldn't happen on an interstate. Yes, that's correct. We are not on one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, the situation with COVID. We have it way better than a lot of people. I'm very thankful for that personally. But it's disappointing because we have several good friends that live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and just being right around the corner from them and not getting to hang out or hugs.
Yep.
I miss hugs.
Can I have a few cashews?
Well, since you asked so nicely.
Doesn't have to be a lot, just need a little salty.
I don't have a little metal cup Do you want them just in your hand, or do you want the
Oh.
glass bowl?
Yeah, I can just have a few in my hand. It's fine. Or actually, no, the glass bowl is fine.
I try to stock up snacks so I don't have to get up and down too much.
Dankeschön.
Hey, Doc. So Roy, are you looking at a 45 foot or something smaller? And are you looking at Tiffin exclusively or other brands?
And are you looking for new or used?
Yeah. We had thought about getting a
Okay.
new one this year and trading in, but the amount of work and tech that we have in this for the little changes just didn't make sense.
It'd take a month for me to transfer everything over.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't get to go to Taco Casa when we were here.
Nope.
It's a bummer.
Oh well.
Yeah. Taco Casa is what Taco Bell used to be back in the late 70s, early 80s when Taco
Well-
Bell was good tacos.
Yeah, from a flavor perspective, it's good. But I think you looked it up and you said like a burrito or a taco was $3 or something.
Yeah,
now.
they've really gone through the roof on that. Roy says 287 is pretty rough until you get through Decatur.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Whew.
So what have you guys been binge watching or reading, listening to, new podcasts?
New YouTubers, whatever.
Yeah. Specifically looking at 2016 Tiffin Allegro Bus 45 OP.
So our exact rig.
Yeah. And we have custom paint. There's only
Yeah.
one other coach out there that...
And it's not even exactly like this one.
Oh, I thought they did. That.
No, they did the rear splash differently.
Yeah, we were in...
Although Tiffin did tell us the paint lady
Megan. Was that Megan?
No, Melissa.
Melissa.
Yeah. Told us that there were a few others that opted for our paint scheme.
Yeah. We shouldn't have named it.
Huh?
We named it and it got put in their system.
Oh yeah. If we had not named it, it probably wouldn't have
Yeah.
been a big deal. But yeah, we named it Vegas Envy, and evidently,
A lot of people like it.
yeah. Well, 3 to 5.
Well, no,
Other
we get
owners.
a lot of compliments on it.
That we
too,
do, yes.
Because and we opted not to have the fade in on one of the swoops because it
Yeah,
wasn't
the swoops
consistent.
didn't look right.
So, Imperial Valley. Welcome, Arnie. I don't know where that is, but greetings.
I'm gonna pull in here and see if I can fix the speed limit or the speed code.
Okay.
Anything coming bigger than me?
Nope.
Okay.
Do we like the Newmar? Honestly, we don't have a whole lot of experience. We have a friend in Vegas that has a Newmar, and I will
In
say,
half a mile, use the left lane to take the US 81 North US 287 North ramp.
the way the door comes out on theirs is pretty sexy. It doesn't swing out; it comes out and slides over.
No, that's a Newell.
Oh, that's a Newell?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a friend that has a Newell that does that.
Yeah,
So
the
Newmar, don't really know.
Newmar.
There's a pull off right
Yeah.
there.
Ooh, good call. Newmar, I've seen their production facilities and how they put things together, and it's quality craftsmanship for sure. But they
Will
do.
we fit on the other side of the truck entrance?
I'm just gonna. I don't know. I'm just
Okay.
gonna stop here for just a minute. Um, they build their slide rooms from the inside out, and then they fill the walls with batted insulation. So the thing that I liked more on the Tiffin side is that they hey, excuse me, baby girl, danko. They actually they mold the slide rooms for the Allegro Bus and the Zephyr line. They mold them as a single piece of fiberglass, so it's basically impossible to leak because there's no openings or no seams or anything. And then they laminate foam insulation in the walls instead of bad insulation. Whatever that's worth, one way or the other, probably doesn't matter that much, but.
Roy says, Techno Geek as well. I am building your Wi-Fi system, testing bonding and Speedify.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Well, it's working.
I just don't want to get hollered at by truckers. They got to make their money.
Yep.
Getting lots of texts. Hi, Ron. Ron's watching.
Oh.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, Lynn. Hope y'all are safe and having fun. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Steve.
Getting our shout outs.
Yep. Yeah, Sarah and Steve sold their business and their condo in Boston and bought their dream home in Tucson. Well, outside of Tucson. So, greetings, John. Hope you're doing well today.
Okay, so that should do it. Let me refresh this. Okay. What was the other thing? Oh, the blog. Let me switch the main page of the blog over, and then we'll be back on the road. This won't take but just a minute.
Yep.
And you know what? Actually, while we're stopped, I might as well
go to the bathroom.
Yeah, take advantage of the facilities.
Alright, my YouTube worked up.
Well, that's not good. There's a critical error on the blog.
Okay. I thought we had insane lag, but it was, I needed to restart. John, yeah, it's, cancer's pretty scary, but he has the best medical team, I would say, in the United States, if not the world.
Yeah.
Dealing with it. So, and he's got a lot of people pulling for him. We're pulling for him. Yeah, it's rough. Oh, we got 16 people watching.
Sweet.
Well, 15, because I'm watching.
It's more than I expected for today.
Yeah. Faraz wants to know if there's any news about Starlink.
Lots of news. They're going to be doing more beta, a more open beta test
It might
in
have
January.
Been our experience.
Oh.
Not like in general, I mean.
Well, I mean, our experience is it doesn't work in Dallas-Fort Worth area yet. All right, seems I cannot adjust the home page right now.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Nope. I'll have to look into that more later. Definition of insanity: trying the same thing multiple times, expecting a different result.
You guys can tell I'm thrilled with I got the Kermit face over
Yeah.
here. It is frustrating for me when he stops and
Well,
fidgets.
you don't like it when I
I
fidget on the
definitely
road.
don't like it when you fidget when we're going down the road, but
Okay. All right, I'm gonna mute you guys. You don't need to hear this part.
John wants to know if we want turkey. Let me know where to meet you. We're not big into turkey. I mean, it just, yeah, not too much. I'm actually getting prepared. I'm preparing myself to go back to being a vegetarian. I had Lyme disease. I haven't had the titer checks to see if I still have any sort of ramifications from that, but I'm finding these last 6 to 8 months, anytime I eat meat, it just sits wrong and I feel awful and it's not good. So I've been exploring newer options with tofu. They've come a long way. I was a vegetarian 20 years ago. Yeah. And so ham, yes.
Love ham.
I do love ham. I smoke a mean ham. I am gonna, before New Year's or whenever I stop, I'm definitely gonna roast a brisket. Yes, Roy, brisket. Brisket's my jam. I actually had a guy that won several Texas barbecues with his brisket tell me that I needed to enter my brisket in a couple of barbecue cook-offs. So that made me feel proud.
Yep.
Everybody loves the brisket. I made it when we were at rodeo a couple of times, and the first time I caught the the owner's parents sopping it up with bread, like get the leftovers in the pan. So I thought next time I do it, I'll double the recipe. That way everybody gets a shot, and
Or everybody gets more.
everybody gets more, because there was, a little bit. And there were no leftovers, and
Use
somebody
the
was
left
in
lane
there,
to take the US 81 North ramp, then merge onto US 287 North.
and somebody was in the kitchen sopping up all the
That was a big bump.
pot liquor, as Southerns call it.
Continue on US 287 North for 83 miles.
Yay, our speed is more accurate now.
Yay.
Hey, John. Yep, going back to Vegas. At this point, we're planning to be there probably through the end of February, if not into March. Maybe longer. We're not sure.
Yeah.
Just depends on how the pandemic's doing and how weather-wise things are going as well. Is my mic on? I believe it's back on.
Remember, Roy said this road is rough to
Yeah.
Decatur, so might be smoother in the left lane.
Yep. Once traffic is let up a little bit over there, I will make that my choice.
The other thing that
Oh, nice, John.
John, we're staying at the same park.
Las Vegas Motorcoach
Yeah.
Resort.
Roy, what I do is I get the brisket, I take off most of the fat cap, and then salt and pepper liberally on the remaining of the fat cap, and
the whole thing, right?
the whole thing, and then but liberally on the fat cap, and sous vide it for.
Yeah, we vacuum seal it. Well, we vacuum seal it and let it rest in the fridge.
Yeah, we let it rest in the fridge for 24 or 48 hours, and then I sous vide it for 24 hours. I have it written down. It ends up being a 4-day affair,
Yeah.
and then we
So I think
finish
the
up
sous vide is at like 180 degrees.
like 140 for X amount of time.
Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever.
No,
we
and
have
then
it
we
written
smoke
down.
it on the Davy Crockett.
Yep. So we
Here,
trim
let
its
me
fat.
just get my notes out.
Okay. We trim its fat. We rub it down with salt and
And who
pepper.
is this we, Kimosabi?
I do the smoking.
No, you don't.
I
You
do.
turn it on and then check
That's-
the Wi-Fi.
That's doing the smoking.
Don't take my thunder. It's my brisket. You
I
do
also
other,
help bag it,
You do other stuff.
and I commonly help hold it down while it's being trimmed.
Oh, wow. I got a lot of notes in here. I should probably clean all this up. This is...
Left lane is smoother, yeah. Well, now that the traffic's died down, this lane's actually not doing too bad, but we'll
Okay.
see how that goes.
Here is the brisket recipe for anybody that cares. A 15 to 18 pound brisket. Trim the fat side to 1/8 to 1/4 inch. Rub salt and pepper on the fat side. Place in vacuum bag and seal. Rest 24 hours in the fridge. Sous vide at 150 Fahrenheit for 40 hours. Rest 6 hours. Smoke at 225 Fahrenheit for 3 hours.
And then serve.
And then serve. That's, yeah, very simple. So,
And I think we don't even do any kind of harsh smoke like mesquite or anything. We
yeah, just the
we
pellets.
use a cherry,
Yeah.
cherry wood pellets. We have a pellet fired smoker.
Yeah, we also have a pellet fire pit thing. It's a
Yep.
fire genie.
But we use different pellets for that
Yeah,
because they don't have to be food grade.
right. John, it has been cold in Vegas a couple of winters that we've been there. We've actually had snow a couple of times. Nothing that really stayed around.
Yeah, nothing substantial.
Yeah. But if you want snow, you can go up to Mount Charleston, which isn't too far from downtown Las Vegas.
About a
and-
40-minute drive.
Yeah, about that. Depending on traffic, because sometimes it gets really congested with skiers. In April, May timeframe and end of October, November, it used to be that if you wanted to snow ski, you could go to Mount Charleston, and then later that day you could go down to Lake Mead and water ski.
In the
So,
same day, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of cold either, John. I don't like snow. It's pretty to look at, but that's about it.
I will say I'm enjoying the long pants weather. We were in shorts and t-shirt weather for so long. And even here in Dallas, Fort Worth area, it's been intermittent pants weather.
It has to be really, really hot for me not to wear pants. I'm always cold.
And I'm usually always running pretty hot.
Yeah, you are.
Ow! Hey, it looks like our speed is working properly now.
Cool. Oh, I'm talking about like new shows and stuff. I am not a binge watcher on most anything, but I tore through Barbarians on Netflix. That, yeah, I liked it a lot. You okay? Oh, you got the drooly baby. I know. Come here. No. Whoa. Ah, you nasty. There you go. Come here.
Oh man. Yeah, I grew up in Kentucky and it gets cold enough there. I could not imagine Colorado and Iowa and Chicago. Actually, I can imagine Chicago. I went to boot camp there at Great Lakes. Went in December 26th and left like mid-March time frame, if I remember right. So we were there for chill condition 4. If you breathed in through your nose, you could feel your sinuses starting to freeze. It was so cold.
It's that lake effect.
A lot of north winds.
John said he went to boot camp there too in December.
Oh man. Yep. You know what I'm talking about then, buddy. They had it so cold that we'd have to dress up in literally every garment that we owned and then single line sprint to Chow Hall. You know, that guy had plenty of shoulder over there. He could have
Yeah.
given me a little bit of room.
McMaster made me think of Mixmaster Mike.
Mm-hmm. Oop, 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. Man, that one popped right up on us.
Yeah, it did. Wonder what's with the blue tents. Oh, I guess it's car dealerships.
Yeah,
keeping
just
the-
to protect their vehicles.
yeah, from hail.
Hail. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, that would be a bad day if your entire inventory was.
Roy. Yeah, we I generally tend to go about 5 over. With the coach.
I'm not
Not a lot of
happy about
people-
it, but
Not a lot of people do that, or well, a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people do, but I will not go over. I will not set cruise control over 75. So even if the speed limit's 75 or 80, I won't go that fast. But during this holiday weekend, evidently things are a little tighter. So I'm staying around the speed limit as much as I can.
Roy says there's a speed trap indicator.
Mm.
Yeah, our phones, the apps that we use, we get pretty good solid notifications that there's a.
Well, it depends on somebody else noticing it and
Right.
submitting it. So if they're well hidden, you may not see it. A little bump here.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, we're almost through it, Roy. Where's that good road?
I'm guessing we still got a little bit more left of town.
Yeah. This reminds me of the 4-lane between Red Bay and Huntsville.
Mm.
A little bit less trees, but fewer trees.
What was the other little town there that we went to for groceries and such when we were there in Red
Up
Bay?
by Muscle Shoals.
Yeah.
Florence, is that right?
It doesn't sound right, but it could be.
Yeah, they had some decent box stores and restaurants. We only went to Huntsville because you had to fly out of there to go to
Yep.
work. And then we were in Montgomery for, I can't remember if that was a couple weeks or a month.
I think it was a month
And I don't remember why we went, but.
to see Brandy.
Oh, that's right. To see a friend. We got to visit the Civil Rights Memorial.
Which was an amazing,
Devastating.
yeah, it was an amazing memorial and really disheartening.
Yeah.
the same time.
So once again, people
Yep.
ruining everything.
Unfortunately, I'm sure they've now added several more names.
Yeah, a lot.
Yep.
This year alone, I think the murder of trans women of color has just, it's well into the double digits.
So, Roy, the other is the tires that are on the coach are just ever so slightly larger than the stock tires. So there is a little bit of discrepancy in what I'm really doing and what the speedometer says. And I had all but forgotten about that until just now.
Is it in your favor or no?
It means we're going faster than the speedometer.
Ah.
So the speedo said 75 and we were doing about 78. So I'm dropping a few clicks down.
It's okay. I got my lap kitty.
Oh, crap. There we go. I touched the wrong part of the screen and switched our feed.
More of that, or less of that.
No.
Okay. Make me anxious. Roy said he had a truck with bigger tires, and the same was true with it.
Yep. Yeah, the coach came with the front tires were 315 80 R22 and a half, but the drive and tag axle were 285 80 R22 and a half. And right before we left Las Vegas, we put new tires all the way around, and we went with the same size all the way around at the 315 80 R22 and a half, which means the overall height of the tire is only, I think it's about an inch, like 1.1, 1.2 inches taller, which therefore makes the circumference longer. And I would switch over for you, buddy, if I could. Which means that for every revolution of the tire, we travel further, ever so slightly.
Indian restaurant sign back there. Oh, yes.
Oh,
The
yeah.
land of delicious takeaway.
That's another thing we're looking forward to in Las Vegas.
Yes. Burleson, you have to drive 15 minutes plus to get to anywhere to do takeaway, and there's not a whole lot of options. There's some fast food restaurants and Domino's. Not too much in the way of independent restaurants right now that are doing takeaway.
At least none that were,
Appealing to us.
yeah.
Welcome back, Christopher. You didn't miss anything.
Well, just more of Texas.
Yeah, more of Texas. It's fun to describe how big Texas is to our family that don't understand.
Yeah.
You know, it's a solid size. It's most of I think Central Europe could fit inside of Texas.
Yep.
So it's substantial.
Ooh.
There's A+ RV park.
I see that.
What was the one in Oklahoma City? A+?
It was
It was something like that.
It was like 4 A's.
Yeah, but
Three
it
or
was there
four
was a
A's.
pause in between, so it was like A plus.
Yeah.
Like AAA plus, whatever. John says his motorhome's in for repair, and might need all the steering mechanisms and joints changed for a friend of mine mechanic, among other items.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
Hopefully you're getting the friend price on labor for that, because that sounds expensive.
Everything is bigger in Texas. Potholes, hail.
Yeah.
When Michael and I first got married, Friday Night Lights was in theaters, and we saw it, and Michael's takeaway was, that's just too intense. There's no way high school football is that, that
Aggressive,
crazy.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, West Texas football it's God,
Pretty much
football,
is.
family, and not in that order.
Yeah.
John says that's what you get with a 20-year-old rig. Yeah, every once in a while, the older things give out on you. It's good that you can get it repaired, though. I mean, it may save money in the long run. Sorry, y'all. Having bad.
This is not going to be a good pain trip.
No. I was already at my... Good Lord, what was that?
That guy speeding up.
Yeah, I was already at my threshold before. When Monday, after we get into town, I'm going to call my pain doctor and see what the next step is.
I had dreams that I was in high school in Germany, and I never went to school in Germany. But for whatever reason, and this is all just stuff my mind made up, I'm sure, but I don't know why. Like, the first 2 hours of the day wasn't actual instruction, classroom instruction. It was more like study hall. But it was a freelance study hall. You could be wherever you wanted to be in the school. And like, I was brand new, so I didn't know where to go, sorry.
I'm gonna mute my mic, guys, because I'm probably gonna do some swearing.
Weird. Do you have a patch on?
No, I took it off, but I smeared it way down.
Okay.
I didn't get the patch put on correctly, and it was rolled. That's the way my pants were.
Man, oh man. So we got 275 miles left to Amarillo. Says we'll be there around 3 o'clock. which does not include a lunch break. But we may hold off on fuel stop till tomorrow morning. Because we have plenty of fuel. Still at 3/4 of a tank, and on a full tank we can do almost 1,000 miles, I think, on a full tank. Huh?
I said something like that.
Hey Roy, yeah, she sorry, the tablet thought I was talking to it. Yeah, she has fibromyalgia and degenerative disc disease, and this pain in particular is likely more of the degenerative disc, which is pinching nerves in her low back, and it causes a lot of shooting pain for her on drive days, unfortunately. And smooth pavement. Yay!
Roy, any recommendations for Ubuntu mini PC run bonding with?
Yes. So I tend to go for that type of device. I go with a low powered, like a Atom, or is it Atom? Yeah, Intel Atom based processors. But you can get lower power consumption on like the AMD Ryzen 3000 series, or like 3500, 3300. The one I'm running right now is actually, it's like an all-in-one developer platform from Seed Studio. It's SEEE, so 3 E's, Seed Studio. It's called the Odyssey x86. And the other thing that I look for my gateway computer is to have 2 gigabit NICs on board, which the Odyssey does. There are a couple of others out there as well, and really anything that has dual gigabit NIC and is low power. 4 gig of RAM is way more than enough for a gateway computer for most people. I tend to run 8 gig in mine just because I run other stuff. I run Node-RED and do a little bit of extra processing and different things on my gateways. But yeah, the Seed Studio Odyssey x86 is a pretty decent little computer. It's probably more expensive than what you really need, although it's not that expensive. It's about $280 for the one with 64 gig of onboard storage. It is eMMC, so you don't want to use it for anything that you're worried about high-speed disk access, but it's still fine for a gateway computer running Ubuntu. The other thing I would say, Roy, is I have switched away from Ubuntu for the most part, because starting with their 2004 release, they now prefer snap packs over native applications. And even if a native app is available in the repo, if there's a snap pack version of it, they'll grab the snap pack instead. And the reason that's important is snap packs store their data differently than native apps, and they take longer to initialize and start up whenever you run the app. So I've actually gone back to Debian base, like whatever the latest one is, Buster or whatever. So that's what's running on all my gateway systems now, is Debian. Hopefully that was clear as on all that stuff.
Some truck beds?
You know what? I think I'm good on truck beds. As crazy as that sounds.
Thought I'd ask.
Yep.
Maybe you want to make a pirate ship out of truck beds. I think Waurika is the town from...
Remember, your mic's muted.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
I'm just telling you. I think
Was that in Texas? I
Yeah.
thought she was in Oklahoma.
Well, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas.
Yeah.
It's all, maybe it was Winnetka.
Very clear for techies, yeah. I tend to go with whatever the latest add-on low power chip is. I think I'm running like a 4500 or 4550 something. I tend to dump those specs out of my brain after I do enough research to get what I want. The reason I go with the latest generation is not because it's more powerful, even though it is. It's because they're generally more energy efficient. So there's less heat dissipation that you have to worry about. The Odyssey, the one that comes with onboard eMMC, it has heat sink with a little tiny fan, so it can move air. But the base version of it, that's even cheaper, is passive cooled.
I'm going to be off channel for a bit.
Okay. The other thing I do, Roy, is I do LACP bond between the gateway computer and the switch, and then I run VLANs over that for all the different parts of my network. So the LACP bond, not for the aggregate bandwidth, because let's face it, if you're mobile, you generally don't have 2 gigabit or even gigabit connectivity, but it gives you redundancy in case one of the NICs fails, or you have a bad crimp on a network cable that causes it to drop offline or some weirdness. And then I VLAN everything. So I'm running Unify network gear, and I have a few trunk lines between the various switch points. Like there's a switch back in the engine bay, there's a switch in my wet bay, there's a switch up on the roof, then there's a switch up above the passenger side of the windshield, and a switch in this cabinet here where the fireplace used to be. That's my main one. It's a 24 port. Then this up here is a 16, and then the rest are 5 porters. And then if, for example, when we're in Las Vegas, we get cable modem internet gigabit connectivity through Cox Communications there. And so for that, I patch the cable modem into a switch port on a VLAN that's dedicated for that connection, and then I turn on a connection on the gateway for that VLAN, and then I route the traffic that way. So I don't really care where my modem is or where I'm having to bring internet into the coach from. I can always switch around and have the VLAN accessible. How's the stream doing, everyone? Is it holding up? Layer 3 switches. Actually, no. They're layer 2 switches, but Unify does have a layer 3. I just haven't upgraded to that yet. So all the routing still happens at the gateway. Nothing is routed through the switch itself, or nothing is inter-VLAN routed at the switches. And the network bandwidth inside the coach, anything that needs high-speed connectivity, like my storage server or anything like that, that all runs trunked into the main 24 port with actually 4-link LACP. And so the high-speed stuff that uses that, for example, are all on the same subnet as that box is, so it doesn't have to route across the gateway for that. But I do have, I'm going to switch over lanes here. I do have a separate IoT VLAN. So like the Ring Video Doorbell and all my Google Hubs and all my LED Wi-Fi controllers and my Shelly EM, which does power monitoring and all that kind of stuff. My Nest doorbell, what else? Our Wi-Fi scale, all that junk, June oven, robot vac. Just thinking of new things all the time. Anyway, all that stuff is on a separate IoT network, and it's firewalled so that the only thing that gets bridged from one VLAN to the other out of the IoT network is the MDNS, so that the stuff on my native VLAN on our own, where we use devices, can see and discover the devices that are on the IoT network, but nothing on the IoT network can establish a connection out of it into my other VLANs. They can access the internet, but they can't get into the other VLANs at all. Thanks, Roy. Yeah, hopefully it's making sense. Thanks, Augusto, for confirming stream quality is still good.
You haven't talked about your hair.
Do I need to talk about the hair?
It's your road trip mohawk.
Yeah, my road trip holiday mohawk going here. So in the coach, I have separate VLANs for wired internet connectivity, wireless internet connectivity through Unify or Ubiquity nano stations. I have a VLAN for IoT, a VLAN for all my cameras, the security cameras, a VLAN for guest traffic that is bandwidth restricted, and VLAN for us, like what we use, our own personal computers, and probably more than that as well. Oh, I have a Starlink VLAN now, so I can pipe the Starlink internet through to the gateway. Yeah, and if I have a need for another one, I just pop another VLAN onto the system and provision ports for it. I will say the network is not highly redundant. I don't have multiple links between switches, and I don't have a spline architecture or top, anything crazy like that. But it's an RV. You don't really need that level of redundancy. So Roy, as far as Speedify goes, if you're still out there and I haven't put everybody to sleep, I found that, at least as of a month ago, when we were using it heavily all the time, their servers were pretty heavily saturated since the pandemic kicked up. So I was occasionally having to manually switch servers because it would auto switch over to one that was heavily saturated, and our speeds would tank. So what I found was that when we're in Las Vegas, the servers in LA are much faster for us than the ones in Denver or the ones in San Francisco. And then when we're in Dallas, the ones in Dallas are much faster than the ones in Atlanta, generally speaking. North Arizona has frost heaves that pop up out of nowhere, generally aren't marked. It's the one time where I had issues where the car moved inside the car hauler. That was not fun. I've since taken provisions to make sure that doesn't happen again, but hitting a frost heave at 75 miles an hour was brutal. Okay, yeah, I know David has experienced the same thing as well, so it's good to have another point of comparison for that type of info. Roy, where are you located?
Texas,
Oh, you were. Oh, he was the one that was here in Texas that we just drove by.
I believe.
Okay. Sorry, everything kind of blends together. Roy, what are you using for modems for your cellular connectivity? Are you doing the same MC or EM 7455s with USB adapters? And if you are going that route, I would generally recommend the EM 7455 with a USB adapter, because the EM cards for some reason are considerably cheaper than the MC cards. Coming into Bellevue, Texas. Population, I think it said 7,000 and something. Salute! Little hee-haw reference.
Yep. What was the phone number for Junior's garage?
Don't know that one.
BR549.
Yep. So Roy was the one there in North Fort Worth.
A lot of empty shells and buildings out here. Roy hasn't gotten the modems yet. Testing with cell carriers and home Wi-Fi to get right set up. Third attempt now. Watch me there in Bellevue.
Thanks. Yeah. So I do like the USB modems, like the EM7455 and a USB adapter. I like them because there's no battery. The problem that I've run into with most hotspots is the batteries, because they're constantly plugged in and on charge, they're always swelling. You know, after a couple of months time, they'll start swelling, and then you got to get a new one. You could technically put some sort of a resistive load across and fake out the charge circuitry, but I've never been very successful, even with modems that say they will run without the battery. For some reason, they almost never do for me. So I really hate having to have a battery in the modem because of that. The other thing is, when you have a hotspot like that, and then you're plugging it in over USB and then combining everything with Speedify, it's additional layers of NAT, which doesn't really hurt anything as long as you know what you're doing and you've got everything configured on different subnets. But it's just another layer of hassle. So with the USB cellular modems like the EM or the MC7455s, you actually get a carrier grade NAT IP on the carrier's network, and that's direct on your gateway box. The other thing too with the hotspots is all of the hotspots by a single brand, like a Netgear, will have the same MAC address, and it doesn't really cause any grief, but it makes configuring the modems statically in the OS a lot more difficult, because it's difficult to delineate between different modems for different carriers because they all have the same MAC address. I've run into that a lot with David's setup. He's got a bunch of Netgear, Nighthawk unlocked modems, and then he's got the Netgear hotspot for Verizon with the AC791, and all of them have the same MAC address, whether it's AT&T or Verizon or whatever else, when you're coming across the USB interface. Yep, it was a surprise for me. But the RNDIS drivers in Linux, they don't seem to care. So it's not like it's gonna screw up your routing or anything. You can still use multiple modems. It's just more of a pain in the butt to get configured properly. She got a drooly kitty.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, baby girl. Oh, it is about that time.
That's incorrect. It says it's on the other side of the road.
Well, it's not limited access. Yeah, so we could cross over. Left lane closed, merge right.
Google Maps says you have to go up a mile and then turn around.
Oh, I'm not really interested in doing that. Like we have another question from Richard Butts.
I was wondering where you're going to mount your Starlight dish motorhome. Richard from Corpus Christi, Texas.
Hey, Richard. So because of all the solar that we have on the roof, we really only have one place available, which is the back driver's corner. But for the most part, I really suspect we're going to keep the dish so that we can mount it on the tripod that comes with it, just out and about on the ground wherever we happen to be. The reason being is, at least right now with the constellation as it is, you have to have a really wide open view of the northern sky, and having it fixed on the roof would make that difficult to get that type of clearance all the time. And it's not wind rated above, I think they're calling for like 70, 75 miles an hour is the highest it's wind rated. So it's really not designed to be on the roof while you're in motion anyway. I did get what they call the volcano mount, which is the one big plate that you can anchor into the roof. I did get that. So my intention is, if we're in an area that's open enough that I can use it in that location on the roof, and I'm not comfortable, let's say the surroundings are a little less than secure, then I would put it up on the roof just to make it more difficult for someone to walk off with. Just my theories at this point, though.
Okay, it does look like you can turn like right after the
Okay.
rest area. There's a turn lane and then a crossover, and then there's another one, so you don't have to go all the way up and around.
Okay.
It's 4 miles.
See you later, Roy. Thanks for stopping in. If you're still there, appreciate you stopping by and saying hi. How many miles did you say, sweetie?
4.
4 miles. Okay.
Looks like there's a truck stop up there.
Oh yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me either way,
Okay.
unless the truck stop is a lot easier to get on and off.
Okay, you gotta slow down because the turn up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip that. So you said there's a truck stop coming up?
Yeah, I see the sign up there. I'm trying to figure out which one it is.
Looks like a Shell.
Yeah, Shell service. New satellite. Yikes.
Not so much. So don't take it.
Don't take it.
Okay.
Looking for another one.
but is it loud enough? It's the drawers out. It'll go back here in a second.
It's that light magnet that we
Yeah.
have to put in there.
Oh, it's a Pilot. Is this the one?
Yeah, but well, that's not on the map.
Okay. Yep, that would have worked.
Yeah, that wasn't on the map though.
Oh, they have Tesla superchargers. Do I like other car brand or just Tesla? So I would not own another car brand as far as an electric vehicle, at least not in the US, because the other car brands all depend on public charging infrastructure, and none of them have invested very heavily in making sure that there's a wide distribution of chargers available and keeping them operational and available. Tesla is really the only one that has their own charging infrastructure and really goes out of their way to make sure that it's available to their owners. So as far as long distance travel capability goes, Tesla is it, in my opinion, in the US. For local commute stuff, yeah, any of them are fine. If you're not going to be taking road trips with it, then it doesn't matter. We bought our niece a Fiat 500 electric, which only has about a 90-mile range on a good day, but it's fine as a city vehicle, just running around, going to work or going to class or something like that. In Europe, they have a pretty good public charging infrastructure. So while I would still personally prefer Tesla there, other vehicles are definitely more accessible and usable for long road trips, like the Hyundai Ioniq, and I can't think of the others. There's several of them. Yeah, Nissan Leaf has some decent range as well. There's a Kona. Is that a Hyundai Kona, or there's another brand maybe that makes the Kona? I don't know. But yeah, in Europe I would entertain others, but personally still prefer Tesla. The other thing about Tesla that none of the others have from an EV perspective is the autopilot. And it's becoming more and more closer to full self-driving all the time. They're actually testing beta versions in the US of basically a level 3 autonomous. So it can take most routes and most city interactions and everything, stoplights, stop signs, turns, all that kind of stuff, autonomously. But you are still supposed to be paying attention to be able to take over in case something goes wrong. And it won't handle every situation perfectly, like certain construction type events and stuff like that cause it a little more headache. But none of the rest of them are really even close. Can you read Richard Butt's question for me?
Used to go to Wichita Falls restaurant. Can't remember where the truck stops are over at Wichita Falls right before you get to. Augusto says Range Rover, BMW are doing electric.
Yeah, I haven't seen much on the Range Rover. Haven't really looked into that one. BMW, they're working on it for sure. The Jaguar I-Pace, actually I think Red Jag has a Jaguar I-Pace, here in the U.S. And there's nothing wrong with them. They're great vehicles. But for me, it's about the infrastructure and the autopilot capability. Okay. Oh, where would I run the wires out of the motorhome so it won't be cut by windows and doors? So actually I already have a network switch in the engine compartment and a network switch in the wet bay. So those give me an ability to, well, the wet bay especially, because I have 110 volt power there. So when we were in Texas, I did a test run with the power injector for the Starlink in the wet bay, and then I ran the network cable out through alongside my water hose for the water coming into the coach, and that worked just fine. So I don't have to worry about that type of thing. And you may or may not have been on earlier when I was talking about my network setup, but I have switches all throughout the coach, and they're all Unify switches, and then I have separate VLANs set up. So I just turn on the Starlink VLAN on the switch where I have it plugged into, and then I enable the VLAN interface on my internet gateway that I'm running for Starlink, and then I have access to the Starlink stuff.
2.3 miles.
2.3, and it's going to be an exit?
Yep.
Okay.
Exit, and it's on my side.
Okay. The other thing a lot of RVers do for temporary setups like that, the seal, the gasket alongside the slide rooms is usually flexible and has enough gap, excuse me, that you can run a network cable through really easily. Be sure to tape up the actual RJ45 end, the network end. That way you don't run the risk of breaking off the little tab. Not that you couldn't re-terminate it, but it's a pretty thick heavy-duty cable, and I wouldn't want to have to re-terminate the cable if I didn't have to. I also have a network switch on the roof, but I don't have a 110 volt outlet up there to power it. Huh?
Half a mile.
Yeah. And this one looks good on satellite?
Yeah.
Okay.
Plenty of truck parking.
So we're pulling in here to a truck stop. Just have a safe place to stop, and gonna fix a bite to eat. Evidently they have a Flying J here too somewhere.
So you have to make a right and then truck entrance.
In
is behind the
1,000 feet,
building.
take the ramp on the left
Okay.
to US 287 North, US 82 West. Continue on Farm to Market 2393 North for 3 miles.
Sorry, did not see that coming. Ooh, another big dip here. See if I can cut it over to this side and keep from scraping. Oh, didn't hear it scrape.
You should
I think I'm just-
park over there because you have to loop back around this way to get at that exit so we can get back on the interstate.
Well, if I park just straight here, I can go back out and around.
That's whatever. That's not what it needs to be done, but we'll talk about it later.
All right. I think I have a splinter in my palm. Anyway. Yeah, the cat looks exhausted, yep. Hey, Dante Coles, thanks for stopping by. Happy Turkey Day to you. Red Jag, huh? Yep. Red Jag, we'll see you in a bit. Good luck on your errands. Yeah, Richard, that's not a bad idea, running it through a junction box with your solar wires. If you already have a plenum down from the roof, then yeah, that'd be a good way to get it in. It does need a full 1-inch diameter pipe in order to pass through the RF interference choke that's on the end of the cable, unless you want to cut it and take your chances re-terminating it after the fact. And Kirk, yeah. Emma was definitely exhausted from all the navigating. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute and take Fiona to go potty before she gets her lunch and before I get my lunch. You okay, baby girl? It's okay. I know. I'm working on it.
Gerhard, if you're still listening, enjoy turkey dinner. Can't send it over. We'll be in Vegas in February. Well, we will most likely be in Vegas in February. Fiona, can you just pick it up? It's on the deity thing.
That's fine. Deity.
Deity. Bitte.
Alright, so I have the main page fixed now on the blog.
And you said she peed in food? Or okay. Alright. We'll see if that paper cramming in the drawer keeps it from sliding out. Before we get back on the road next year, we need to increase that magnet or do something differently.
Yeah, I plan to.
That's crazy. Kirk, if you're still watching, howdy. Emma's high, so she had her meds this morning, so she's sacked out, and Louis always is the most relaxed kitty. Although he's getting ready to have to move.
I did that already.
Okay, just making sure. Danke.
Bitte.
Are you live?
No, my audio's not. We have 18 viewers right now.
Hey everybody.
I'm getting ready to go use the restroom and then we'll be on the road.
Okie dokie.
So your audio's live, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'll take the lunch break sign down.
Yay. Does it give like a little sound thing like doo doo doo? They're back. Okay, so for all y'all, doo doo doo, we're back.
Well, you're back.
I'm back. Oh. So I've taken all my meds that I can take for pain, and it's not looking like it's going to be a great day for that. The joins in the road, it just kind of bounces, and I have, with the degenerative disc, the compression in the nerve gets, so it's not, when we're on the road, it's not a continual pressure to make it hurt all the time. It's like lightning strikes when it hits, when we hit bumps. So it makes for an interesting travel day. What? I see you. What are you shaking for? You come here. You want your sweater? Why are you so shaky? You shaky puppy? You shaky puppy? What? She's 6 pounds of nerve. Just shivers and shakes. It's riveting. All right, we gotta put the baby away. I'm putting her baby away. I only kept one out so she would actually eat her kibble.
Yep. Hello, everybody.
All right, buddy.
Just had some delicious oven roasted chicken. and green beans. And everybody's been fed and bathroomed. And now we're getting ready to get back on the road. Actually, I'm going to reconfigure this a little bit here.
Nope, that didn't last long. Sorry, Louie.
Alrighty. Bootin' boon. Nope.
You're not right in the head.
I guess I have to take the emergency brake or parking brake off then and really roll down the road. Air chairs. Oh yeah, man, that does sound nice. We need to do some more research into air suspension chairs, at least for the passenger chair. I believe that would help Lehnanne a lot.
Yeah.
Head south on Farm to Market 2393 South toward Jolly. Sharp right onto the ramp to US 287 North.
Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing?
In 500 feet, merge onto US 287 North, US 82 West.
So now there'll be jockeying for space on my lap now.
Yep, that's pretty common.
Continue on US 287
Your
North
breath
for
is
7 miles.
awful. What do they feed you? That was not
Sorry.
helpful.
Sorry.
Liberty Coach going gold digging first.
Right.
I know that the bots replaced their chairs with Via.
Well, it's the same maker of these chairs, but they're just.
Is it Via or Villa?
Well, Villa is the one that starts with a V, but I'm not sure that's the one that they added.
Yeah, theirs have the heat and massage and I think cool air.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
I don't need the heat or the massage, but the cool air would be great,
Yeah.
and then the air suspension would be great.
I don't really like low-end massage chair type of things.
Yeah.
Like, there's one, I cannot remember the name of it, but we were at a Relax the Back store about 10 years ago, and it's like an egg pod, and your whole body gets in it. It's not just vibration; it's air pockets that fill up and empty and give you like that nice kneading massage. But
Red Jag just noticed my haircut.
yeah, he's got his little mohawk working. And I trimmed up the sides last night of mine. I just didn't, or night before last. I just didn't shave it all off like I did when we were in rodeo.
Testing, testing, testing. Yeah, it looks like we're doing okay on the audio.
How's our sound and our coverage?
Looks like I could.
John's got the reverse mohawk.
Yeah, for my stepdad, I tell him he's got solar panels on top. That or the Friar Tuck cut.
No, he doesn't have the Friar Tuck because
No?
that's just the back is bald.
Oh, okay. I thought, what is the, maybe it's the Caesar. Is the Caesar wrap around
No,
with the
that's
big...
what are you talking about?
I don't know.
You're just making stuff up. I don't believe anything you're saying right now. Pete says 5x5.
Okay, good. Thanks, Pete.
Yeah, Pop has next to no hair. He's got like peach fuzz. There's no style to that.
No, I mean, he's got the wrap around the side, though. hill crept up on me.
John says we have to make things up while driving all day. Don't you know it? We make stuff up when we're not driving, though.
Which one's that?
The filing cabinet.
Oh. That one I should have checked. I don't know what that was.
I don't know either. It was exhausting. 3 more drawers.
You know, slamming it doesn't make it stay. We are in Wichita Falls, Texas. Blue skies and golden opportunities, according to the sign.
You want this? No? You're just being nosy? Do you know what happened to that rubber twistix thing?
No, I don't, honey. Gonna have a slight curve to the right coming up,
Okay.
and then a slight curve to the left, it seems. Can't do that yet.
In half a mile, keep right at the fork to continue on US 287 North.
You okay?
Yeah, I think I managed a bit of a junkyard fix. We'll see what happens. We're on Christopher's brand new TV now.
Keep right at the fork to continue on US 287 North.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't
Continue
like
for
about
5 miles.
the motorhome. The drawers, either the magnets and the latches aren't strong enough when you're going down the road, or they're too strong, and so when you're sitting still, I can't get the drawers open without yanking them. So Christopher got a 4K 43-inch.
Nice.
Nice.
I think that's what we have in our bedroom, is a 4K 43-inch.
I think that one came with the coach, yeah?
No,
No?
we put that one in. This one and the one outside are the only two left that came with the coach.
Well,
There's
Yeah.
the Flying J.
yeah, there are 4 televisions that came with this coach. That's just 3 too many.
I don't know. We're getting use out of all of them at this point.
This is an exit only.
Yep, I'm working on it. Waiting on this guy to go by. Or move over. Or both. Man, he has got a lot of camber on his tires on that trailer.
And I didn't intend the door to have the door slam. It just, you were heading that
Oh, okay.
curve and it just whacked right in there.
Gotcha.
I put a dish towel so the metal doesn't scratch, and then put the big solid piece of the tongs that's just the bend
Okay.
in the metal gives it the spring. So hopefully the other drawer will provide enough resistance.
Okay.
Hi Twyla, gobble gobble.
Hi.
Hope everybody is safe and healthy up there. And it's not too cold.
Oh, it's Ohio. It's definitely too cold.
Yeah. Too humid. They turned that water tower into a wine cup
That's cool.
to your left-hand side. Woo. There's
Yeah.
another one of those that didn't give you a whole lot of warning.
Oh, a little bump coming up right here. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just going to set it 5 under now.
Okay. Yeah, I think when we get stopped, we're really going to have to figure out a fix for the...
For the drawers.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know why Red Jag's got... needs an approval.
Oh, yeah.
In 2 miles, use the left 2 lanes to take exit 3A toward US 287 North, Vernon.
There we go.
Exit 3A.
That's good to hear, Twyla. I'm glad everybody's doing good.
Yeah, Christopher, it's amazing how inexpensive TVs are these days.
What was the Sony one that came out? It was still the big tube. It was
Trinitron?
the Trinitron. And it was like $5,000 for a 19-inch TV. That was crazy. We didn't buy one.
Back in the day.
Yeah. At one point when we were living in Williamsburg, Virginia, we didn't even own a television. And that freaked people out.
Evidently someone cut me off and I didn't catch it. Kicked out her cruise control. I looked down, we were doing 10 under. Yeah, really the only expensive ones nowadays, and they're honestly worth it, are the OLED HDR ones. They're still in the $1,300, $1,400 range for a 55-inch.
Twyla said they had to quarantine for 14 days because Zach had a false positive COVID test.
In a quarter mile, use the left 2 lanes to take exit 3A toward US 287 North, Vernon.
I didn't know they had many false positives. I knew they had false negatives.
Use the left 2 lanes to take exit 3A.
I wonder if Shepherd Air Force Base is named after Alan Shepard.
Maybe.
Christopher also has good news. What's the good news, Christopher? Christopher's now the father of twins.
Oh,
Woo,
wow.
You are going to be running ragged. You and your missus.
You will be busy.
That
Yeah.
is a whole lot of energy right there. Congratulations.
Yep,
Wait,
congrats
did that
on-
just happen and you're watching our stream instead of...
Congrats on being a new papa.
Yes.
Okay, now we're back up to 75. We'll be there in about 5 minutes. Okay, it won't be that bad.
No, 2 weeks old now.
Oh, wow. Have you gotten any sleep?
I'm going to go with no. A friend of mine, she's fostering a preemie baby girl, I'm not sure the details, whether she lost her parents to COVID or what's happened, but she's flippin' adorable. What?
Oh, good gravy, wear a mask and buckle up.
Oh.
And then the other one was something and slow your roll. I can't remember now.
Oh, turkey gravy and slow your roll or something. It was like a whole Thanksgiving thing.
Yeah.
Woo. Oh.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving and slow your roll. That's what it was.
Have not slept. Yeah, that's to be expected. Are you these your first kids? You have others that maybe are older and can help out? First two. Wow. Yeah.
Man. Exciting times for sure.
I have advice from a friend of mine that has twins. For the first year, do not dress them in matching outfits. Because they get, unless they're fraternal. So but yeah, you get confused.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
You might inadvertently rename your twins a couple of times through the early years.
Yeah, never know.
Wonder if you could get a tattoo artist to put like just one little dot behind one ear and two dots behind the others.
No.
No.
Christopher's only in his 20s. Well, you got plenty of energy for him then. That's, I wish I still had 20-year-old energy. Whew, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'm old enough now when I try to stand up out of a chair, I'm wondering what the heck's going wrong with me.
Yeah. And when you bend down, you try to figure out what all you can do while you're down there.
Right.
Knock it all out in one punch. Hi, Kim. We
Hey,
miss
Kim.
you. We got Emma and
Yeah.
everybody else is running around.
Yeah. Fiona's here on my lap and Emma's on her lap.
Yeah.
And Louie's down he's in the bed laying on the floor down here.
Yeah, sound asleep.
They all just had lunch, so.
Emma had the drooly kitty action going on for quite a while this morning. How were all the fur kids, Kim, and how's Chris? I don't know why I'm saying I talk louder when I'm yelling at the TV.
Well, you kind of have to get over the noise of the
Okay.
coach.
Hi, Mary. I hope you're doing okay.
Having a good day today. Great.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I hope all those links helped out. And again, I'm going to tell you what I told Herbie. Email me anytime. It's no problem whatsoever.
And a happy gobble gobble to you and
Yep.
Herbie.
Yeah, travel days are bothersome, especially we kind of got it figured out for Emma with the gabapentin and the selenia for the nausea. But if we're going 1 day or 4 days, it doesn't matter. The first half of the first day she's much better than she used to be, but it's still kind of a
The very
wash.
first travel day with her ever after we adopted her, we had
that was bad.
Huh?
I said, oh, that was bad.
Yeah, it was bad. We had the way our coach, the RV we had at the time, it had a full wall slide basically on the passenger side, but there was a gap between the bathroom wall and the slide room when it came in, and animals could go through easily, but it wasn't big enough for a person to fit through at all. And she had a nervous gut and ran through that opening, and we had to stop and put the slide out so we could clean the rug
Yeah,
and
there
carpet
was,
and everything
little dribbles of
poo.
poo.
Yeah,
There was
little poo dribbles.
particulate. Juniper caught a gecko. Thanksgiving for everyone.
Nice.
I'm a mighty lion.
GABA is a godsend. Yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
It is. This, the first prescription that she had of it, they sent me home with capsules and said just put a quarter of a capsule on her food. You know how hard it is to measure a quarter of a capsule of powder.
Yeah.
So I had taken to trying to figure out what the actual dosage would be. So I dip a tip of a toothpick in a little bit of water and then swish it around in where I'd empty the capsule and just get a little bit of the grain on there and swish it in her food. And a couple of times she got really, really high, like slept for a couple of days.
Man. Yeah.
But now her vet sent the prescription to a compound pharmacist, and they made the tablets the size that, the dosage, and they're easy to crush, so makes it easier. Christopher, what is the strange thing? I'm almost afraid to ask with
Well,
with
I
twins.
think he's probably a road sign or something.
Oh. He says you know what the strange thing is.
No, ew.
Yeah, it was bad. Shortly after that, Michael made it was like heavy duty cardboard box that he like fashioned just
Yeah, to block that gap.
just thick enough that it like got itself in there. So Christopher is twin 4 of my cousin and twins. I'm a twin. 4 of my cousins are twins. My dad was a twin.
Wow.
Yeah. Did you tell your spouse? I mean,
Did you warn her?
Were they
warn her
aware
about
of all the twins? I dated a twin for about 3 weeks.
Mm.
So I went out on like 2 dates with a twin. I wouldn't say dated. I had watched too many crime dramas where like one twin killed the other spouse and, swip swap and all that. So it was.
Yeah, I would say twins definitely run in your family. What's Kim saying?
Kim, Allie, the super dog with Cushing's that makes you feel great always, would have a full capsule and barely felt it. Wow, Emma, you're such a lightweight. I think Allie probably got it daily for pain, right? That's probably how she built a tolerance. Emma gets it just a little bit the night before and then a full quarter the next day. So, look, honey, an RV park.
Yeah, buddy. I'm not even sure we could do a full turnaround with the coach in there.
Yeah, probably not.
It looked a little tight. So with any luck, by noon on Sunday, we'll be at LVM. And the luck, I mean, the weather holds out for
Right.
tomorrow's segment of the drive.
Yeah, I use an app called Highway Weather, and you can do your departure time and your arrival time, and so it'll space out and give you the forecast for that location at that time that you should be going through. And right now it's winter weather advisory, and it's wintry mix, so could go either way. Also high winds.
Yeah, basically guaranteed to get the coach and car hauler dirty, but it may also be frozen. Not sure yet.
Yeah. Aria collapsed with a quarter, but Hallie, had built up a tolerance. I bet Aria's funny with the just high. We're going to the same site that we were on the last 2 times, but we sold our site.
sold our site. Little did we know at the time.
Yeah, we should have kept it. But if we hadn't kept it, Michael wouldn't have an astronomy shed.
No,
so.
I still had it. It would have been paid off a little later because we were building it before we sold it.
Ah, that's right. Maybe now he'll sell the astronomy shed and we can buy a lot in Vegas.
Yeah, we definitely get more use out of the lot in Vegas.
Yeah. Augusto, yeah, they gave us the same site that we had been on. It's near a satellite pool, so if the weather holds up, I can go do some PT
Water.
in the water.
Yeah.
And it's in a corner of the park that doesn't get a whole lot of rotational, like weekend people popping in and out. It's mostly residents, and I think 3 of the ones that are directly near us are not even in use. They're like vacation homes, and
Or actually, I think a lot of them are for sale right now, right around where we are. So the owners aren't coming in, and they're not renting them out either.
right. But there's coaches on 3 of them that aren't being moved around.
So it's a relatively quiet segment of the park, with the only exception being when they fire up all the leaf blowers to blow out the parking lot, because the hook up and unhook area for coming into the park is right behind us.
John, we have a lead on several nice parks. We've been to Eagle View outside of Fort McDowell, Arizona. That's fairly nice. There's a park in Benson, Arizona that's nice, but the proximity to the train tracks is...
You're like a half mile away, and it's one of the busiest tracks in the country.
Yeah, it's less than a half a mile. And everyone that goes through, every engineer, they have like their own horn system that they do. They, honk 3 times, superstition, whatever.
Yeah, they cross a road there, so they're required to sound the horn. But I feel like they all try to one-up each other on how annoying they can make it at 3 in the morning.
One of the park volunteers told us, and we're not sure how true this is that one of the engineers' ex-wife lives in Benson, so he just lays on the horn just to,
mess with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really nice park, though. Butterfield RV Resort. They have their own observatory with a 16-inch Meade telescope. I think it's a 16-inch, pretty sure.
They have volunteers that will do like tours of the night sky so you can see stuff through it.
Yeah, basically any night that it's clear, they'll be doing a night sky tour. So it's pretty cool. Oh, well, okay. All of this is pre-pandemic, so I don't know what they're doing now, but
if you go anywhere near Benson, between Tucson and El Paso, make sure on Monday through Friday, Mi Casa Restaurant inside Benson, Arizona.
I think it's Tuesday through Saturday, right?
No, Monday through Friday. They take
I thought they were closed Mondays.
Yep. It's a husband-wife duo, sometimes when their kids are home from college, but it's basically a little 1-bedroom casita that they turned into a restaurant. I think it seats 12 people.
Yep.
And most of the time there's a wait, and
it's well worth it.
So worth it. It's,
Speaking of volunteers, Rusty at Rusty's RV Ranch is looking for a couple of work campers. So if you are excited about being under Bortle 1 skies, which is basically 0 light pollution, and you don't mind driving an hour one way to go get groceries, you might be the right fit for that area.
Yeah, it is absolutely
Oh, and you don't mind
beautiful.
slow internet.
Yeah, internet is, well, until Starlink gets going.
Until Starlink gets there.
But internet is a bit of an issue.
AT&T's, if you have an AT&T hotspot, you'll be able to get decent speeds. I usually get 40 to 60 megabit down and 10 to 20 megabit up, generally speaking, off of the AT&T link there. But The DSL there is 10 down, 1 up. So you're not going to be setting any speed records.
Yeah, but the views and the night sky make it definitely worth it. Kim says no neighbors are the best neighbors.
Indeed.
That's the truth. Eagle
John.
View is where David and Brenda go.
Yep.
They're not going this year for obvious reasons, but
yep.
yeah. And Christopher's going to be leaving his wife a lot this winter to go snow plowing, so you'll get a little bit of a break from.
Yeah, but I think you probably need sleep to run a snowplow. So
probably.
I think that's going to be a tough balance.
Yeah, I don't ever want to live anywhere again where you got to have a snowplow.
No kidding. Christopher, where are you? Whereabouts? Certainly not in most of Texas if you're talking about running a snowplow.
I'm going to go with Minnesota is my guess.
Minnesota?
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to go with North Dakota.
North Dakota?
Yeah.
Massachusetts.
Okay.
Eagle View, they have some amenities. There's a little store. They've got, if I'm not mistaken, you get like free breakfast or something like that, like donuts.
I don't remember any of that.
Yeah, because there's like an ice maker and there's a little donut thing.
Yeah.
They have a
fitness center.
They have a fitness
and
center.
a pool.
Woo! Holy, jeez, and the sites are fairly well spaced apart, and it backs up against a river wash where you can.
There's like a walkway along the river, so you can, a
lot of wild horses and burros end up around there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the area is really nice too. Fountain Hills is really, really nice. You're about a 20-minute drive to Scottsdale and about a 30-minute drive to downtown Phoenix.
Yeah, and when you come out of the road that takes you back to the RV park, if you go east, you can go up and around through. There's a marina there, so you can go have lunch on the pier, and then back down through and head through Superstition Mountains and come up through Chandler, and so it makes for a nice drive.
Yeah, they have a really strange reservation policy though. Number one, it's really tough to get reservations in the wintertime. And number two, the rule is if you're on the spot on January 1st, you have first reservation rights for the following year. But that leads to situations where you can't get the reservation for the site that you have reservation rights on until January 1st the following year. So like right around the first of the year, there's a boatload of like Tetris moves among people in the park. And like they'll have to coordinate with each other because it'll take like 6 moves deep before you can actually go over to your site, because that person has to wait on one other, and then that person has to wait on another, and that person has to wait on another. It's really kind of
convoluted.
Strange. Yeah. Maybe one day they'll change that up a little bit and just make it, you get full winter reservation rights, and if you book ahead, that far ahead, then you get your site for that whole time or something. I don't know. It just seems odd to me.
Oh. Christopher said it'll be tough. I plowed 2 parking lots and 20 driveways in Massachusetts in 2014 and 15 season. There was only 1 day in January that he didn't plow.
Wow.
That's a whole lot of snow.
Yep.
And Kim says, have we tried Moab yet? We haven't, just because we can't get a gauge on how reliable the cellular internet is.
Once Starlink comes down that area, then maybe we'll do that more.
Yeah, I would love to go to Moab, and I would also like to volunteer at Best Friends Animal Sanctuary. And I think if you volunteer far enough out in advance, they have a couple of RV setup sites where you can come in and stay for your duration. So that would be pretty awesome to snuggle some rescue babies.
Next time you're up, could I have another coffee?
You want coffee or coffee shake?
Whichever. Shake's fine.
You want to try the regular one?
Yeah, I'll try the other
latte?
French vanilla or whatever it is. Vanilla latte. You don't. I mean, whenever.
That's fine.
Okay. They do have a lot of wind turbines, so I guess maybe that's where the electric comes from. Yeah, it's definitely not like the park in Vegas. That one is really tough to compete with, especially at its price, which seems odd because it's a very expensive park from our perspective. But all the other motorcoach resorts, like along the West Coast and Louisiana, I think too, like all of those are way more expensive, and so Vegas just works out. We would like to get up to the Oregon coast. Can't remember the name of the town or the name of the park there, but we had reservations for early this year to go up and watch the whale migrations. You okay? Yeah. Okay. Emma mewed at her. I thought it was Lehnanne saying something. Anyway, so yeah, we were going to be up there and watch the whales migrate, but the pandemic hit and they canceled everything, locked everything down, and so even if we could have driven up there, we wouldn't have been able to get into the park. Phoenix and Mesa have a lot of big, nice parks. Interesting. Yeah, if you don't mind, John, sending us some links, we'd be happy to check those out. One of the things we find that's a problem is because we have a car hauler. Number one, the sites generally aren't big enough to keep everything on the site, and then for some reason a lot of the parks don't have any storage whatsoever. Dankeschön. What was the name of the area in Oregon that we were going to go to watch the whale?
Newport.
Newport.
The town of Newport.
Is your mic back on?
Not yet.
Okay. So Newport, Oregon is where we were going to go to watch whale migrations. See how this one goes? Vanilla latte.
Latte da. We were going to stay at Pacific Shores Motorcoach Resort in Newport, Oregon, and the site we had was Ocean View because it overlooks, and all the beaches in Oregon are public, so they all have public access, but just being able to sit there and just look at the ocean. Okay, Kim.
The ocean.
Have a good turkey day.
Yep. See you later, Kim.
My cousin actually lives in the Phoenix area year round. She's a nurse there, and yeah, the nice mild winters, the hot summers really make up for it. So
Yeah.
I don't think I could do a summer in Phoenix. Although we've done summers in Nevada. And
Well,
Vegas.
summers in Vegas are hot enough, but I think Phoenix is even hotter.
Yeah, it's in that Valley Bowl.
Yep.
Yeah. Got windmills and oil rigs,
Yep. Wind turbines.
wind turbines.
Yeah, they're not milling anything.
So a windmill that pumps water on a farm, is that not a windmill, or
Nope,
is that a wind
that's a
pump?
wind
All right, semantics.
pump. I just giving you the info.
John says might be going to the NIRC place in Vegas, and there in January. Friends there where we can stay if it takes more than 1 to 2 days. Cool.
Nice. At some point while we're in Vegas, I really want to get the freaking oil changed in the coach, but I did pick up the buckets and oil pump that I had used before. I picked that back up when we went through rodeo this last time, so at this point I'm probably just going to do it myself.
Yeah. A lot of cotton on the
Yeah,
right
a lot
hand
of
side.
cotton.
I had a friend in Virginia that had, she was from up north, and she had never seen cotton, and it was just before, or it was just after they went through with the gins and the pickers and got it all. There was strings of cotton that would roll across the road and flow through the air, and she thought it was snowing. And then when I told her what it was, she made me pull off on the side of the road so she could grab a handful of it.
It is a nice day for driving so far.
So far. Oh, I should have told Kim when she was on that we were going to have their favorite Indian food for...
Oh, yeah. Well, we got time. She said she'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have some paneer roll and chicken tikka and
Oh, yeah.
samosa. Some mango chutney.
And what's the rice?
Jasmine rice.
Yeah, jasmine rice. Princess Jasmine.
It's a good movie.
It is. She's Out of My League. Is that the name of it, right?
With Jay Baruchel and Alice Eve.
Oh my gosh. So funny.
And Kristen Ritter.
Yep. If you want to get a real feel for what the movie is about, watch the Red Band trailer on YouTube.
Yeah.
That'll get you well prepared. But it is a really well done movie.
Yeah, Jay Baruchel did a really good hockey movie. It's probably the best hockey movie aside from Slapshot, and that was Goon. And then there was a part 2 that was good. It was just
Not
as good to me. Yeah, it had Sean William Scott or Sean Michael Scott?
Sean William Scott.
It had Sean William Scott.
I think. Pretty sure.
And Allison Pill, Jay Baruchel.
Oh man.
Oh, Liv Schreiber was the other guy.
Sorry, I was thinking of Allison Pill. She's in Devs, which is a really, really...
It's twisted.
Yeah, it's a really well done, twisted AI science fiction movie. Oh man, very, very well done.
She was also in Newsroom with Jeff Bridges.
Which was really well done. That seems odd.
Okay.
2 chicks in bikinis.
They were mannequins.
Mannequins, I know, mannequins. Sitting on the back of a convertible in the parking lot. It was distracting.
Yes, distracting.
Because you want to figure out what's going on. Oh, sorry. Don't mean to fidget with the mic there. Man, some of those wind turbines seem like they're really short for their wingspan. I guess the tips are still a good 40 to 50 feet off the ground. So maybe it's not as short as it looks.
I was going to say that's a whole lot of cancer, but...
Oh gosh. I was thinking about the dead bird claims.
Yeah, that too. Which that's actually a legitimate thing.
It is, but I think way more birds die from flying into skyscrapers than they do from flying through wind turbines.
Yeah.
I haven't looked up the exact numbers on that, so don't quote me, but I have a sneaking suspicion.
The main problem is it's large birds of prey that make the nest on the motor housing or whatever that is up there.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. Also, the migration is a thing.
Yeah.
Like you, I haven't looked up exact numbers.
Whew.
What's our ETA for the stop now?
It is 3:30 p.m. 2 hours and 40 minutes left on today's drive.
Oh,
175 miles. Oh man,
you're killing me, Smalls.
I'm sorry. I hate these long slopey curves. They're not technically sharp enough that you need to officially slow down, but man, they are a little uncomfortable at that speed. Oh, 55 on this one.
Ooh.
That one had a warning. I will say I'm surprised and pleasantly impressed by the cellular coverage so far on this leg.
It's a fairly well-traveled corridor, so.
Yeah. So is I-10 and I-20, but that didn't stop that from having... That was the bathroom door. I recognize the sound.
All right, then. Got a whole lot of slamming and sliding this time.
Yep.
We didn't stow for C very well, or I didn't.
Well,
The drawers weren't my fault, though. They have latches that are old and worn out, and when he replaced one of the latches with a magnet, the magnet didn't seem to be strong enough, so.
yeah, I bought the magnets intending to put 2 per drawer, but I didn't realize that the design of the drawer made it so that the second one was not going to be an easy fit, so I have to buy some thin plywood to build out enough to make the magnets work. So that's a project for Vegas.
Herbie said, watch your mouth, don't speak about coverage. You jinx it.
Yeah, you are correct, Red Jag. I should not have said anything. Oh, I thought that said Foxes something, the script on the font, and it made me think of Foxes Afloat.
Oh, yeah.
So YouTube channel, Foxes Afloat. They're a narrowboat couple. Very, very well done. Entertaining and informative.
Yes.
And there's always outtakes at the end as well of every video.
And there's dogs.
Yep, dogs. And
They have a puppy named Otis.
yep. And they're not afraid to discuss the hardships of and challenges of Asperger's syndrome and
mental wellness.
mental wellness, mental well-being. Really well done channel. Highly recommend them.
Hi, Christopher. Glad you're still here.
I don't know how you're staying awake, buddy.
Right?
I'd be taking advantage of the nap time, especially if you can get some turkey in there to
That
help induce that.
tryptophan.
Yep.
So let's see, we pretty much binged watched Marvel's Luke Cage.
Yep.
That was awesome. I don't know how we went that long without knowing that existed.
Really, because I think it was Marvel. Like,
Yeah, we're not really big into comic book series. We like the comic book movies.
yeah. I don't know. Most of them are just way over the top, overdone.
Yeah, but it's fun.
It's fun
a
for
nice-
if you're in that mood. Yeah.
Yeah. What was the name of the channel again? That is Foxes Afloat.
Yes.
And-
Foxes Afloat.
Yeah, they're on YouTube. They have a narrowboat in England called Silver Fox, and yeah, they just go up and down the canals. And Colin shares tidbits of information. He has a eidetic memory,
Yep.
so he just spits out knowledge.
And Sean, his mate, tells him he can't say that a lot of times.
Yeah, he'll say something that sounds like it could go blue, or
It's pretty funny.
It's a great channel. They Sean is recovering from COVID. And I think he just lost his father to COVID. So, but
wow.
I don't think the
forgot about that.
videos haven't caught up to that.
Yeah, the videos
yet.
haven't. So most generally speaking, most YouTubers that are fairly popular, they don't publish close to when they actually shoot the video. They are usually a couple of weeks behind. It gives them a chance to be less findable than, say, we are, where most of them don't publish their location in real time all the time. Lindsay Lloyd just sent me a happy Thanksgiving picture. I don't know if they're out there or if they're watching, but
I sent them the link, so
okay.
as my bonus parents.
Yep. But yeah, Foxes Afloat, really good. Journey with Jono was really good, but he's no longer
He's
doing
on
the channel.
hiatus.
He moved back on land, but still a lot of really good back videos from his channel. If you go watch that, Journey with Jono.
Yeah, the other couple is Narrowboat Experience.
Yep, that's another one.
I think they're both artists, or one is an artist, and they travel. They have 2 cats, and then
Cruising the Cut.
Cruising the Cut. That's
is
the one I
another
was
really
going to
good
tell
one.
you about, or say.
There's a couple of other. There's several others out there actually. Some of them we've tried to watch, and it just doesn't mesh for us.
Yeah. Well, I have misophonia, so there are some noises, and I'm sure people are, you're a brilliant human being, but I cannot stand to hear you talk. And there are several YouTubers out there that do that for me. So Michael has to watch them with earphones.
Yep. Some of them I can't even do that. She can see them on screen and hear their voice in her head.
Yeah, I'm not gonna out anybody, but it is wretched. Like, if I ever met that person, oh my gosh. Just
They should be running the other way.
yes. It is painful. And I just found out recently that this shade of green puts me on edge.
A certain shade of green,
yeah. We've been watching The Good Place, and the title where it just pauses with that green color and has The Good Place on it, it hurts.
It's almost like green.
A little different, but yeah, it's got a little bit more yellow to it, but I don't know what it is, but I've never had that happen to me. I've looked at colors and gone, ugh, that's disgusting, but I've never had a physical reaction to it, which is something new.
Yep. Well, $1.95 for diesel. Oh, have we looked up what the cheap
this morning
fuel
it was
stops are?
$1.92 right past the
Amarillo
yeah, right.
Welcome Center?
Yeah, it's the TA right after that.
Okay, cool.
So
we'll crash and then in the morning get up
and hopefully it'll be a similar price.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sometimes it changes.
We are down to just over half a tank now.
But we are no longer playing the fuel game.
No, we've retired the fuel game.
Yeah, we'll have to.
you can all
You can
guess and everything,
but
no more promises of songs that we can't deliver on.
now we may just break out into song
Because don't stop believing. No?
What if Journey started believing?
Right?
Actually, no, that's wrong. Never mind. There was some meme I put on Facebook that was, what if Journey stopped believing and something else. Yeah, it was fun while it lasted. Alright, it's taken forever to load up, so.
Are you on our Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it had that problem this morning, it's not.
Chris says he's wiped out.
Oh yeah. Between twins and Turkey.
And pending snow plowing.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll give you one of the twins. You can put them in a car seat in a snow plow. Rocking back and forth, or heat in the cab.
Yeah.
Put them right out. Hope she's not watching, Chris. I may have just set you up for extra work this winter.
But hey, takes two to tango. So
Yeah. I know.
oh, the other podcast that I found recently, Tig Notaro. I don't know if she does it on NPR but she has the great NPR voice and delivery system that we love, that dry humor. It's called Don't Ask Tig, and she has guests. The one that I just listened to is David Sedaris, and it's people write in for advice, and then they give out advice. It's usually really funny.
Horrible advice?
Well,
Oh.
no, it's good. It's just really funny. And I had 2 grocery attendants lean into the trunk of the car when I was there to do a pickup because I was apparently cackling, laughing so hard. They just kind of said, you okay? But it's Don't Ask Tig. And yeah, they also do at the end, it's like a question, an advice column question from like 100 years ago, and then see if their advice would match whoever gave the advice out originally. So. Also, George Ezra's Phone a Friend is pretty interesting. He just calls up his mates and starts chatting away. Brian Crum, no, I've not heard him sing. Let me cue that up.
Cool. Yeah, I've never heard of that one, him either.
That saved to later. I just discovered Jackie Benson was recently on Austin City Limits, and she did a cover of Stevie Ray Vaughan, and oh my gosh, if you
She's got a lot of talent.
Yeah, so much talent. It's like Jimi Hendrix and Stevie Ray Vaughan had a love child. Just brilliant.
I love too the musicians that they're so into it, like they're using their face to mimic what they're doing or what they're playing.
Yeah, rubbing funk on.
Yeah. The drummer for Three Doors Down, very much into his art. Like he's just constantly mouthing and like making faces and stuff. And Jackie Benson was doing the same thing. It was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, John, I put the America's Got Talent performance on Watch Later on YouTube, so yeah, it's always good when you can enjoy someone's recognition for their talent, and
it's an interesting set of satellite dishes in the middle of nowhere.
Different.
So someone asked about Starlink updates earlier. Some Starlink engineers actually did Ask Me Anything session on Reddit about a week ago now, I guess it was. And well, no, it was only Saturday, so I guess that's not been a week yet. Whew, gosh, time flies. Anyway, a couple of things they said that were interesting to me. One is they absolutely, as we expected, plan to have mobile satellite units that you could put on the roof of an RV or on a sailboat or on a truck, and they intend to have that. It will be different hardware than what is out right now for the Better Than Nothing beta. So if you want an easy way to mount and use Starlink in a mobile application, you'll want to wait for that. And what was the other thing? Oh, when the Starlink satellites first boot up, they have zero knowledge of the satellite constellation. And they said mostly because the constellation is constantly changing, so it would be nearly impossible to keep the satellites up to date with, with current data. But that the satellites are able to scan the entire sky in just a few milliseconds to identify the Starlink satellites that are above them, and then move the dish, tilt the dish to hone in on the direction and orientation they need to be able to track the constellation. So pretty cool stuff. They've also said that as they get more satellites in orbit, the service is going to continue to get better, which is obviously, and that keeping the patch of sky clear that you need for service is going to be greatly reduced as they get more and more satellites in the constellation. And that right now, if you are working to get coverage and you're not able to get a full clear view, that the satellites that you need to be aiming for are around 53 degrees north latitude. So you need to be aiming for that patch of sky to be clear, even if you can't keep the rest of the sky clear. They also said that if there's an obstruction that the satellite, passes behind with regard to your dish, it's not going to be a degradation of service. It's going to be a full stop until the satellite is back in view. But the recovery will be very quick once the satellite moves past the obstruction. So lots of little tidbits of info. Trying to think of the other stuff that they answered. So they answered but didn't answer the question of if the Starlink terminal, the dish on the ground that users use, if it has heaters on board. Because like on mine, I've measured it up to like 71, 72 degrees Celsius on the face of the dish, which is hot enough that it's uncomfortable to touch. Like you can't hold your hand on it at that temperature. And the Starlink engineer said it has self-heating ability, which doesn't say nor not say that it has a heating element. But self-heating ability, it could just be the electronics are able to get hot enough that it doesn't need a heater, or it might have a heater on board. You don't really know yet. There are a lot of other YouTube videos out there, unboxings of course. I did the teardown of the Wi-Fi access point, and there is another guy, Mike on Space. He's in Canada, and he and his brother both got Starlink beta kits, and Mike on Space actually destructively disassembled a Starlink user terminal, so the dish itself. It's still functional, but it's not, he didn't disassemble it in a way that you could put it back together. So really interesting to see inside that. And really the interesting thing is more that there's really nothing to see. The back side of the dish is just flat with a few contours of metal, so you can't really see any of the electronics or anything. The one really cool thing that you could see was how the gear mechanism and motors work to both tilt and rotate the dish. It's actually two motors with
down to 55.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's two motors with an output gear that connect to a common hub gear that sits around the dish. And so for tilting, both motors rotate in the same direction, and that controls the tilt of the dish. And then for rotation, they rotate in opposite directions, so that turns the dish.
Okay.
And 45. Yep.
You're just up here
I
doing
know.
this.
I know. So really well thought out mechanisms. They also said that they've tested it in temperatures down to -20, but someone was asking about negative 35 to negative 45 Celsius, and they said that while it's not tested down that low, it still should be fine at those temperatures. And they're working on optimizing the dish heating software and the dish software in general to make it more power efficient. So right now, when the dish is linked up, most user terminals are still drawing about 100 watts. Mine was drawing 160 to 170 watts. My guess is because it was trying to melt in case there was some ice or something that was preventing it from getting access to the satellites. This is a quaint little main street.
Yeah, it's like Lordsburg almost.
Yeah.
Kind of vacant.
But they're saying that they're working on software to put the dish into more of a deep sleep state and still maintain connectivity, but only use, I think they were saying like 70 to 80 watts of power instead of 100 watts. So for off-grid campers or for sailboaters, it'll be a little more sustainable on that type of power usage. The dish right now is not capable of mobile use as far as like in motion. It doesn't have the capability of continuing to track and update to stay connected. And some YouTubers have tested that as well and proven that that's the case, just by like moving 10 feet with it strapped to the roof of a four-wheeler and not able to maintain connectivity. Back up to speed here.
Yeah.
That's a big curve, yeah, man. But no speed warning on it.
I always wondered what happened to these houses that fell into disrepair. Like, did people move away? And you can tell they're old, like,
oh yeah,
Depression era age.
And maybe that's what happened. Maybe.
Yeah, Dust Bowl.
Yep. Not a lot of crops out here. A little late in the season for crops, though, I guess.
Yeah, I'm guessing wheat would probably have been pretty good, but
yeah.
Alright guys, entertain us. What do you think you're here for?
My guess is there's a lot of turkey coma setting in, or
yeah, football.
Turkey ingestion, or football, yeah.
We just watched Gaga 5.2.
Yeah.
That was really, really good. It was very, it was impressive to me how transparent she was about her chronic illness, and that I think it was before she actually had a diagnosis. So she was well aware of the benefit that she had with having access to good medical care, or having a massage therapist that could be there for you on call, or
Yep.
trigger point injections. That there's a lot of us that we don't have access to that kind of thing.
At least not reliably.
At least not reliably, and there's a lot of undiagnosed and misdiagnosed illnesses that people have to contend with. There's still the stigma of, I cannot see it, so I don't believe you, which always baffled me, because you can't see cancer, but you believe people that have cancer.
Well, there are tests and markers and scans that you can see cancer.
I mean, my degenerative disc, there's a marker, there's a scan, I can verify
people understand that, but fibromyalgia, a lot of people think it's a trash can diagnosis because you've thrown everything else at it, so it hasn't been anything else, so it must be fibromyalgia, so they don't really give it much credence, which is unfortunate.
Just the fact that having someone give you a diagnosis is such relief, because I spent so many years in pain and being told by people when I was younger that I was looking for attention, or I
just needed to get off the couch.
Well, yeah, that
Never
was when I
mind
became
that she
an
was
adult.
chucking bales of hay at the city farm and stuff.
Wrestling animals. Yeah, that guy was an asshole though.
Yep. Okay, moving over to the left lane.
Yeah, but even when I was a kid, we would go on Volksmarches when we lived in Germany. So I was like second, third grade. I would. It's 5K, 10K, and you're out walking, and you're in a group, and you're 8 years old and can't get left behind. I would have to. I had a strategy. If I can make it to that telephone pole, then I'm okay. And then if I can make it to the next thing, but. Coming up on Quanah.
Yep.
We learned about Quanah Parker when we were stationed at, when I was stationed at Fort Sell with my mom and dad. There was a lot of being able to move from school to school, aside from the trauma and having to make new friends and start over. It was interesting to me that the local areas, the U.S. history incorporated that. So when we were in Oklahoma, we learned a lot about the indigenous tribes and the native peoples and different aspects of Oklahoma. And then on top of national U.S. history, like the colonies and Tea Party and all the things that everybody learns. And then when I was in, briefly, I was at a semester in Gadsden near Las Cruces, New Mexico, and we learned about Brushy Bill Roberts, who claimed he was Billy the Kid, that he never got shot. So there was that whole thing. So Twyla, yeah, she said her disability company wouldn't recognize fibro because it's self-reported systems and denied your claim for it. It's really hard to actually get a doctor to go through all of the tests that you have to take to rule everything else out. And I think I've only heard of a handful of people that didn't have an issue trying to get a claim with fibromyalgia. Like they always had to go back and have the doctor reword something or find a comorbidity that they could actually use. I've not tried because Michael works and I have, access to good insurance, so I'd rather leave those for people that don't have the option, I guess. But I don't work because of the illness, so I do consider myself disabled. Actually haven't been able to work full time since 2005. Whenever I left the animal shelter.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, no, managed the campground.
And yeah.
That was work.
Yeah.
I had to,
No, I
yeah.
agree. It was. Yeah.
So 7 years. 6 years. Somewhere in there.
Yep.
So what are you most looking forward to about being back in Vegas?
Not having to drive again for a while.
As you say, the first half of the first day.
Oh man, yeah.
You're already tired of it.
It'd probably be different if I'd gotten good sleep last night. I'm hoping I'll sleep better tonight.
Well, we won't have any blaring music or campfires.
Well, I'm sure on the campfires, not so sure on the blaring music, but high likelihood we won't have blaring music. And arguably they did knock that off early in the evening.
Yeah,
so.
they did. They definitely
That
didn't
wasn't
go
what-
past quiet hours.
Yeah, that wasn't what kept me awake or what disturbed my sleep.
Was I snoring again?
No,
Okay.
just couldn't get my head to shut up. Might take a healthy sleep formula pill tonight. Wait, that was a sign for an RV park, but I didn't see any RVs.
Got a bit of an earache. I had it when I woke up. Oh, there's a big tennis shoe.
Yeah, it is.
Oh. Sonic.
There's a hop end, honey.
You want some windmills? Or spinners? Wind spinners?
I think I
There's a whole
might
lot
be
of
able-
flamingos.
Yeah, I might be able to live without it, but
You sure?
not entirely, but almost.
If you change your mind, we can always go to Boulder City.
Yes.
There's a lot of those little roadside thingies there. Donuts
Mm-hmm.
with a drive-through. You think we'll fit?
Nope. I don't think they're open.
No, probably not. Nope. I was so disappointed. It's been a year since I've had a donut, and I just kept saying, no, I don't need one, no, don't need one. And then on the to-go or the grocery pickup, I put in donuts at H-E-B. And yeah, it was just a stale piece of bread with a
Barely
powdered
even any glazing on
yeah,
it.
it was powdered sugar, but it didn't have anything full. It
Yeah.
was and it wasn't like Krispy
And it was supposed to
Kreme.
be filled.
Yeah, it was supposed to be filled. It
And
wasn't.
It like somebody
Yeah, they-
gave their last.
They screwed us at the drive-through. We didn't get any cream in the donut. Is that Losman? Just joining, guys. Michael, do you think the Cybertruck will fit a trailer to be able to be towed the way you tow your Model X? Probably a flatbed.
If you had an open trailer and it was a ramp over, meaning that the
Like
trailer
that.
bed itself was above the wheels. Yes. at least on what we've seen so far. Now, they have said they're redesigning it to be better and slightly smaller, I think. So maybe things will change with that, but as of right now, I don't think there's any way it would fit inside the wheel wells of our car hauler.
Yeah.
Because our X as it is, with the 19-inch rims, not the 22s, or no, 20s, not 22s, there's maybe an inch on each side between the wheel well and the tires as they're rolling by.
Yeah, there's a bit of a pucker factor. Also, the weight might make it prohibitive. Is it going to weigh a whole lot more than the X? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. And that's another thing where an open trailer would be beneficial because you don't have all the structure.
Yeah, adding to it.
Yeah. So you could get a 10,000 pound rated open trailer with ramp over and you could make it work, but it would be exposed the whole time, which for the Cybertruck, not necessarily a big deal, considering it's all stainless steel. That's my theory right now, as best I can tell. I do have a deposit for one, but I don't think we'll end up getting it.
Unless they redesign it a lot to make it look less ugly.
Oh, that's not happening. It's still going to be future.
You can be
Lehnanne's
future
not a fan of the style.
Ugly. It is. Yeah, I sat there through the whole show just like with this look on my face of disgust. It just looked awful. You want some jerky or nuts or anything?
No, I'm okay. Thank you, though.
You're welcome. I'm trying to find my...
I didn't... When they first showed it, I didn't think it was real, but then as it became more obvious that it was definitely the truck, it's kind of grown on me. But I kind of like oddball and futuristic things. Lehnanne doesn't even like the attention that the X gets.
No, I don't. I had a Fiat when they first came out in 2012, 2011.
When they first came back to the U.S.
Yeah, when they first came back to the U.S. And I didn't like the attention from that. I'm just trying to get my groceries, people. Leave me alone. But as it turns out, the American version of that car was not what I had remembered having a Fiat in Germany, so it was a disappointment. It was super cute, but it handled like crap.
Yep.
Sell everything and buy a narrow boat. A good idea that we've been kicking around is getting a Tesla semi and converting it to a motorcoach.
It'd be super easy to tow a fifth wheel with one, but
oh yeah,
I don't think that's the way we want to go.
No.
We would rather extend it and build like a Super C. Be a really kick-ass Super C.
Yeah. And the tow capacity would be amazing, so we could just load it down with all kinds of good.
Yep.
I could have a bathtub. Oh my God.
Could have a sauna.
A sauna? They do have RVs that have like one people saunas.
I know. I'm just goofing with you.
We were actually when we were
hot tub.
When we were looking to buy the Tiffins, we were looking at used and others just to get an idea of what we actually wanted. And one of them had a steam sauna.
Yep. And yeah, I agree with you, Lussman. It is, the longer you look at it, the more it does, for me, the more it grows on me. And I think the same thing is true of the Model X. When the Model X, when I first saw them on the road, I really didn't like the look of them at all. I like the Model S way, way, way better. And now I like the Model X a lot. I still personally think the Model S is a little bit cooler looking for me personally, but I really do like the X a lot now, as far as the looks of it. I've always liked the functionality and the Falcon Wing doors and such.
He never misses a chance to make it do the little Easter egg dance for people.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be out washing the car and all of a sudden I hear the bass kick in. I look out the window and there's a gaggle of people just grinning. Although I think with COVID you've only done it like twice.
Yep. And I didn't join the gaggle
No,
while they were
they
watching it.
stayed
Yeah,
well
they stayed away.
Yeah. I like how COVID has embraced everybody to have their bubble. Like you stay over there. Because I've always been like
Yeah.
that. It's my personal space.
Want to buy an RV park?
No, I'm good, thank you. I'm gonna pass.
I mean, it didn't say it was for sale, but it looked
No,
like it ought to be for sale.
Yeah, we know enough park owners and have managed that
Yeah.
it's not a dream of ours.
Every time I see evidently P-E-A-S-E or Pace
Peace
River,
Valley.
Peace Valley.
Mhm.
But every time I see it, I think they're begging for something
Yeah,
like,
like,
please.
please.
Yeah.
And sometimes the font choice is unfortunate.
Yes. Hope this guy gets on by me, but looks like I'm going to have to kill cruise control and speed back up after.
Yeah.
Man, that is some heavy duty plumbing on the back of that thing. I don't know what he's storing and transporting, but it looks like he means business.
Yeah. Oh, I'm exhausted.
Yep. So Lossman 1123, where are you coming to us from? And are you an RVer, full-time, part-time?
Or did you find him through the Starlink thing? Or I think we got 2 new followers for that.
Oh, we got several new followers.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
We're over 200 now. I think like 223 or something even.
Wow.
So high.
Right?
This isn't Starlink related, mostly.
No, this isn't, but if they found the channel
Yeah.
through that, so they may not be RVers.
Yep. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Oh man, we've been through there a bunch.
Yep. Actually, a couple Thanksgivings ago, we were, well, like 12 Thanksgivings ago.
We were stuck
camped-
there.
No, I was going to say we camped at,
Oh right.
oh, now I can't remember the name of the park.
It's a state park.
Yeah, Beckley. Was it Beck? No,
No, it wasn't Beckley.
It's got a water wheel and a mill. Anyway, we drove up there and camped with my aunt and uncle in their RV.
Future RVer, nice. Are you looking to go full-time or just part-time when you pick one up? And what type of RV are you looking at?
Part-time.
Hey, Phil.
Phil, he's one of the new followers due to Starlink. Watch several videos you did with David, part-timer in Ontario.
Nice.
Welcome. Losman is Class A.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's our preferred. We had a fifth wheel, our first rig.
Yep. And then a gas Class A.
Yeah.
And it was not a good experience.
The Class A, the gas was not.
It's mostly build quality issues. The engine itself was, I mean, it's a V10 Ford. It
Right.
did what it was supposed to do. It was loud and it was hard to talk over because it was sitting right between you. But
Yeah, you think we yell now?
oh my gosh, yeah, this is like a whisper compared to the other one. But the biggest issue was just build quality stuff. That big full-length slide that I was talking about, it had 2 hydraulic pistons that were supposed to be synced, and the sync cylinder either leaked or had a blow-by or something, I'm not sure, but the slide room was never in sync. So I'd constantly have to fiddle in and out with it to get it to actually come out or come in. There were other things too, and now I can't remember because it's been so long.
It got really, really cold. Like the heat didn't really keep up with it. The heat was inside, so whenever that would kick on in the winter,
Right.
you couldn't hear the TV.
Yeah, you couldn't hear the TV over the furnace because it was right under the TV.
Yeah, there was no washer dryer set up. It wasn't really set up for full time.
Right.
Yeah, and it was a weird layout. It was.
Which was our fault for buying it. And
Right,
but
but
it got us through the year and a half or so we had it so we could get this.
yep. It was a Four Winds International. I think it's a Thor
No,
company.
Well, it was a Thor Winds Wind Sport Prestige Class A.
36 feet, right?
Yeah, 37 I think.
37.
Yeah. Four Winds generally are Class C RVs, but for some reason they put it on the Class A for a couple of them or a couple years or something.
Yeah, and it had when we first got it, we had to rip all the carpet out because it was bad.
Well, and carpet in general gets really nasty pretty quick.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying the carpet itself was dirty or visually dirty, but all the grit and everything down that gets down through it and trapped in the pad, and the allergies that kick up from it and such, it had to go.
Yeah.
And we put light color tile in it, and then the RV place we traded it to swapped it out with really dark colored tile for some reason.
I don't know, it didn't. It just, and it was a different dark, like it was a wood dark, but it was a completely different shade of the cabinets and everything else.
Yeah.
So I don't really know why they did it. Losman said, fan of you guys, also your buddy David, prayers for David.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'll pass that along to David.
He may be watching off and on.
Yep. I will say that generally speaking, Thor does not have a name for quality coaches. And that held true for the Class A that we had.
Yeah.
It does not have a reputation of building quality coaches.
Ooh, we're almost to Memphis.
Wow, we have turned a wrong place somewhere.
Phil has a 2005 gas bounder on a workhorse chassis, and we love it.
Yeah, the Bounders are good rigs. That's actually what her aunt and uncle had for a long time. And actually, I think that's the one we borrowed from
Yeah,
them
the
to
Storm.
stay in. Yep.
Stormy.
Was it a Bounder Storm? I can't remember now.
I don't know if it was
Dude.
a Bounder. It was just, they called it Stormy because it said
Yeah.
storm winds on the side. Now they have a Tiffin that they're trying to sell. So.
Yeah, they're really coming off the road.
Yep. I don't know if they've sold it yet or not.
No, they haven't. Last I talked to them, which a month or so ago, too, maybe, they had not sold it yet. I think they had given up for a little while.
Fleetwood Storm. Yep, that's right.
Fleetwood, yes.
It didn't have any slides either.
But I think they had a Bounder before the Storm. No, they had the Storm, then the Bounder, then the Tiffin. I don't know. Somewhere in there they had a Storm, and then they also had a Bounder at a different time.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
can't really remember what I had for breakfast, so. Yeah, depending on how things shake out in the next couple of years, we may be just selling everything and moving on to a narrow boat.
Yeah, it's we're kind of curious about the next chapter after RVing. We don't want to be stationary per se at this point, and we'd like to explore some other country, some other area. It's kind of tough RVing Europe. It's a lot smaller scale RVing than what we do here. And if we go overseas at all, UK or Europe, or probably not Australia or New Zealand due to pet import rules, requirements, but none of our electrical stuff will work over there. So even if we wanted to, it wouldn't really be feasible to import our coach or anything like that. The charging infrastructure for the Tesla is completely different, but the narrowboat life looks really peaceful. You're just kind of cruising up and down the cut at 3 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So it's intriguing, and they're skinny. They're not called narrowboats for no reason. They're only 6 foot 10 inches wide, and that's on the outside measurements. So inside, they're really closer to 6 feet width inside, and no slide outs, of course. Maybe not, of course, but no slide outs. And you can get them anywhere from like 24 feet long up to, I think, 72 or 75 feet
The
long.
maximum is 67.2.
Well, yeah, for a lot of locks it is, but
No,
you could
that's,
technically.
I looked, it's the
Oh, is
canal,
it?
the UK Canal Trust. The longest you can get is 67.2.
Oh, okay.
And
So
the
we would probably
shortest
get
is
the
like
67.
37.42, something like that.
Okay. We would probably get the longest we could with the ability to fit in every lock, because you go through a lot of locks going through the English countryside. The canals over there were developed back in like the 1700s, basically. And
More, some of them even older
them
than
are
that. It's just been the way for transporting pretty much everything back in the day.
transporting goods into cities and stuff that are inland.
And Canada has some canals and locks. Most of the locks will hold larger boats, like big boats going through. So.
Yep. Phil says he knew they'd be upgrading the electronics, so an older Class A worked out well. Yeah, you can really.
You get all the kinks shook out of it.
Yep. And Augusto, yeah. If money were no object, yes, a Prevost would be very nice.
Okay. Oh, good gravy. Wear a mask and buckle up. Give thanks and slow your roll.
There you go. Those are the two. Yep.
Okay. Christopher's back. He fell asleep for a little bit.
Glad you got a nap, buddy. That's one thing the boot camp especially really prepared us for, or me for. And then the submarine life as well was pretty on top of it. But being able to just take a nap anywhere, like lay your head on your desk, in boot camp type of thing, and just pass out for 30 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever you could get until the instructor came in. Does the speed limit change? Nope, not yet. Still 75. I got a feeling it's going to drop down. Yep, there's 70.
Yeah, we're coming into Childress, Texas.
Yep, there's a 55 coming up. Oh, man. Here's the sheriff's office. And detention center.
We have 110 miles to our stop, it looks like.
1 hour and 40 minutes, according to the GPS. Still looking like a on-time arrival of 3:30 p.m. Central Time.
Christopher says one kid cries, take care of it, go back to bed, then the other one cries. That's, yeah.
Yep.
That's going to be your life for a while.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. Phil says Ontario and New York have lots of canals. Consider doing the Great Loop in cruiser, but fuel costs killed that idea.
Ah.
Yeah, fuel costs are. That's one of the other things that we're looking at, because fuel is so much more expensive in the UK. But I don't know. We're not. We would probably drive. What do you call it when you're on a boat? Cruise. We would probably cruise for, a couple of miles and then get a mooring and then stay for a few days or something. But I had family. We had cousins that were in the Trenton area in Canada and Ontario. It was Frankfurt was the name of their town, and they had locks there. And my mom would try to get me to go fishing with her and my grandmother. So I would get stuck just hanging out, and they would fish in the locks. And
I've fished off of a lock on the Ohio River.
I want to do the magnet fishing, where you drop the magnet in, you can pick up people's jewelry and stuff like that. That's. Christopher says his brother's staying for a week and said he'll take care of the boys so they can have a good sleep for once. So that's a good.
Yeah.
Keep the uncle around for as long as you can. Ooh, there's a ballyhoo.
What? Oh yeah. How about that?
True gifts for fine people.
Yeah, I think for the narrow boat, I'd really be looking at getting a hybrid. They make them with a 10 kilowatt motor generator on the shaft, on the output shaft of the engine, with a clutch between it and the engine. So you can use the engine to drive the generator and the outboard propeller, or the propeller. It's not an outboard. And then when the engine has generated enough power through the generator part of it, you can kill the engine and disconnect the clutch and continue operating off of just the electric motor, 10 kilowatt motor. So being the electronics and electrical geek that I am.
I wonder how feasible it would be, like how you would protect the car from moisture if you put the Tesla batteries in as like ballast.
Oh yeah, I mean, You do account for the batteries, whatever you're using, as ballast.
Yeah, but I just didn't know, like Tesla batteries versus lead acid batteries
Yeah.
for the moisture and the.
There's no, I mean, it would be fine. This is still Childress.
Yeah. Oh. Vegas is a destination, Phil. We're going to be there for the foreseeable future till maybe the weather heats up or.
Yep. Probably at least 4 months, if
Yeah.
not more.
Yeah, our plan had initially been to, and this was back in April when we started making that plan, was to go and be in Kentucky for the winter to, you know, reconnect with family that we only get to see once a year kind of thing and hang out. But then the COVID numbers just kept climbing and climbing, and then the one park in the area that we fit in is full of long-term pipeline workers, so they didn't have any space. So we thought, you know, hang out in Texas and hope for a spot, and then the numbers just kept climbing and climbing. So.
And the spot in Texas had a lot of campfires and stuff, and that it's what it is. It's a family
Yeah, it's
park.
a family park with.
So there's a lot of weekenders that come there and you know, take advantage of being able to make a campfire and cook s'mores and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is all well and good, and we had no expectation of being able to ask them not to. That just didn't cross our mind. But
Yeah, and we didn't
for
think
us,
that they were going to be that.
yeah, for us, we
prolific.
have really we're really sensitive to smoke. So in order to actually just be able to breathe, we basically had to leave because of that.
So there's a prison around here somewhere because there was a big sign back there that said hitchhikers may be escaped inmates.
Sweet. Go to Canada next summer. I don't know, they'll have the borders open by then.
We had planned. I mean, we were going to leave in March and go to Newport, Oregon, and then crawl up the coast through Washington and stay near outside Vancouver, and then cross over into Canada, and then drop back down through Montana. And
Yeah, that was the big summer plan.
yep. And it didn't work out.
No,
But
pandemic changed all that.
yeah.
Not ready for snow. Yeah, I don't blame you, Christopher.
More cotton.
Yep.
I'm gonna guess that's the prison.
Could be. Definitely looks plausible. Texas DOT
TDOT,
district
yeah.
office. Okay. TDOT office, prison. You know.
Same thing, kind of, sort of.
Guess it just depends on how you look at it. Hi, baby girl.
Yep.
The uncle.
Police officer.
I'm not speeding.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay. Danke.
Phil said they had plans to go to the Maritimes this year. Even next year looks like it won't happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not making any plans for 2021. We're playing it by ear, and we know the infrastructure in Vegas. I have a pain doctor there. I have access to a pool for physical therapy. We like the park.
We like most of the people.
We like most of the people.
Not that we're hanging out with any of them, but
Yeah, so it's a comfortable place to be hunkered down because there's a lot of options for supplies and takeaway and, you know,
curbside pickup.
curbside pickups, those kind of things. My cousin and her family live in Henderson, so if, you know, things ever get to a point where we can visit, they're nearby. Yeah. It makes it less stressful that, like in Burleson, there were two main grocery stores right around, 15 minutes away, 3 actually. But every time I placed an order, half of the order would either get, they try to give me substitutions, or they didn't have it in stock at all. And so I got into the habit of ordering, one day, and if they don't have it, then I've got another order that I can modify. And it seemed like their supply chain was stretched, so I just didn't feel comfortable staying, someplace that may not be able to get stuff. Red Jag says we stop saying bad words. 4-letter word starts with S, ends in W. How about white precipitation?
Oh.
John's in San Francisco, go up Oregon, Washington, Vancouver, Whistler, Jasper, Banff, and Calgary, work across Minnesota, then down through USA, work our way back west. That sounds like a plan. I've always wanted to go to Upper Peninsula, Michigan and Minnesota. I want to go to Ely, like really bad. I've always wanted to go to Ely, but not in the winter. The International Wolf Center is there, and just, yeah. I'd really like to go to the Maritimes, like Newfoundland, and that might be an easier transition to UK weather. We go spend some time out there. And
yeah, that's the other thing. The weather,
cold and humid.
It's not something that I really thought about much, and I don't think many other people do. They just kind of think of England, roughly latitude across from like the Norfolk area or North Carolina, South, Virginia, whatever. But it is not. It is way further north. It's like New York and above, latitude-wise.
Yeah.
So cool and rainy. I think it's not super cold. They don't get like buckets of snow.
I don't know. There were some pictures from the winter moorings.
They did.
Where
Yeah, they definitely could get snow, but it's not like
frozen.
It's not like sick north in the U.S. And I think a lot of that is because of the ocean currents that keep that area warmer than it would be otherwise. But still cooler and much more humid than what we're used to in the desert Southwest living.
Yeah.
Like we like to do.
Phil, we do at-risk hours is usually 7 to 8 in Vegas, so I can, if I need something, I go, if I have to go physically in the store, I go first thing when they open up and, wear my mask and do all my stuff, but I know the layout of the stores, so I run in, get exactly what I need, and then get back out and then do the pickup or whatever. But having the chronic illness and compromised immune system, I don't feel guilty using the 7 to 8 a.m. window. Because it's for the stores that I've shopped at, it's at risk. So
I had to go into Walmart a couple of days ago, and I needed windshield washer fluid for the X, and then I needed an aquarium heater. And I had to actually ask where the pet supply section was, because it wasn't where historically pet supply sections have been in Walmart. It was actually at the far back of the store in the middle, which seemed odd to me.
I don't think you've been in Walmart for a while, because that's pretty much
true.
Where it is all the time.
It used to always be over by the lawn and garden entrance.
Yeah, that was when they still had live animals for sale.
Oh, okay. So that's what the change has been.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
Although some still have live animals, I don't know.
Yeah.
And I just wish stores would stop selling animals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I love the places where they don't have animals for sale. They have animals that need adoption.
Yeah.
Like they have
from local rescue groups and stuff like that. Yep.
Yeah, and they'll have like Petco
or municipal shelters like the one in Albuquerque.
Yeah, that one that hurt my soul until I realized we were in a mall in Albuquerque and we had just passed the food court and we started hearing puppies yelp and bark. And as we came around the corner, it was a huge storefront animal.
Looked like a pet store.
Yeah, it looked like a pet store. and they're in their little, I mean, it was probably just a reused pet store, to be honest. And we got up there and we're walking by the window, and it was, they had some volunteers already in there getting things ready, but it was manned, and all of the animals there were up for adoption. They were all rescued, so.
They were the local municipal animal shelter.
Yeah.
They had the storefront instead of like a pet shop in a mall.
And if I'm remembering correctly, not only did they have puppies and kittens, but there were like a couple of rabbits and a couple of birds. So
yeah, it's genius, really.
Yeah.
And all municipals should do it, but I'm guessing they'd have to get subsidized for the rent of the storefront, because that's expensive in a lot of places.
It is. Yeah. Well, now with like shopping at a bare minimum, with people.
Well, yeah, now it's
like
a whole different thing.
Well, no, but I was saying like malls and stuff businesses, unfortunately, are going to go out of business. So maybe mall and storefront property is not going to be that expensive anymore.
Maybe.
So. Phil says, Maritimes is a July and August vacation only. Both of my kids have homes in southern Nova Scotia where weather rarely gets below freezing, but it does rain a lot. I want to live in southern Nova Scotia. I don't know, is Cole Harbour southern Nova Scotia?
I don't know.
No, that is southern Nova Scotia.
That's where Sid's from?
Yeah. Are your adult children like Sidney Crosby by chance? Because if they are, tell them I said, hey.
Woo. 94 miles left, 1 hour, 24 minutes.
Woohoo.
Dropping down to 55 here.
I'm not familiar with Yarmouth. I guess I could be if I just found a map, but I get car sick when I look at stuff when I'm going down the road. There's a lot of tumbleweeds tangled up in the cotton plants over there.
Not that picking cotton is easy in the best of times, but it seems like tumbleweeds would definitely complicate matters.
Y'all were in Memphis.
A lot better roads than Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh. Everything bison.
Herdware retail store.
There's the Big Texan. You get that free 72-ounce steak if you can eat it.
Oh, right. I remember that from 2010.
Yep.
Holy crap, 10 years ago.
Yep.
That's hard to believe.
That was Michael's first cross-country trip. We were in the fifth wheel.
Well, that was our first cross-country trip with the fifth wheel, yes, but...
Oh, yeah, we did go out to New Mexico for my parents. Phil was born in Halifax and hasn't been back since '56.
Wow.
Yeah. That is surprising.
I'm guessing it might have changed since then.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Maybe not much, though. Who knows?
Yeah. Augusto. Do we plan to go back to Chapel Hill, North Carolina someday? Someday. We have that was part of the other plan that we thought we'd have if we headed back and we're in Kentucky for the winter. We were going to try to stay back east and visit some of our friends that we've not seen in years because we've not really been back east. And Chapel Hill was one of those locations. We have friends that live in that area. There's a really fantastic wildlife.
Oh,
Barber. Yeah, there's a really good barber there Michael loves.
Yeah.
But there's a fantastic wildlife rescue and conservatory. They have a lot of big cats, and they
are there for the
animals.
For the animals, yeah.
Yeah.
They will give tours, but if you act up, you are kicked out and you're never welcome back.
Yeah, they definitely take it seriously. And we have friends that are lifelong volunteer or adopters. You can adopt the animals to help offset the cost of feeding them
Yeah,
and
you're
caring for
not
them.
adopting to take home.
Yeah,
You're-
definitely not.
You're just sponsoring their care,
Yeah.
basically.
But you get to see, they have all sorts of big cats. They have New Guinea singing dogs, wolves. They have a lot of lemurs. They have binturongs.
Binturongs,
Which
yep.
binturongs are awesome. They smell like Fritos.
Unless they're babies.
And they smell like popcorn.
Yep.
Yeah, it's called Animal Park, and it's
Oh, they changed their name.
yeah, they changed their name. It's in
Mebane, north of Mebane.
it's north of Mebane. But we also have friends in Elizabeth City and friends in Manio on the Outer Banks in North Carolina. We have friends in the DC area. We have friends
Pittsburgh.
everywhere. Yeah.
Oh crap! I didn't see this one coming up in time now.
And we've just not seen them
In person.
in a long time. And our friends in Pittsburgh, we were lucky we got to hang out last November in Santa Fe and Los Alamos.
Oh yeah. Man.
So we
Seems
had
like so long ago.
It does. We had a good visit there, and
I got to see our friends in DC when I flew out there for a customer visit
yeah, I've not
some
seen
years back.
Yeah.
But that's the most recent I've seen them.
I haven't seen them in like 6 years.
Yeah. it's
Lily
been
was
long
a
time.
baby.
Yep.
I think the only place that we don't have plans to go again anytime soon, if ever, is Alabama.
Oh yeah.
It was not enjoyable.
No, it was not comfortable for.
A lot of reasons.
Yeah. Not saying there's not good people there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There are Southern people are some of the best people that you can find. I mean, my dad was a redneck, and we're not saying anything disparaging about Southern, because biscuits and chicken, y'all. But yeah, there were a lot of uncomfortable situations to be had in that state. It was one of the first places, actually it was the first place where I did not feel comfortable being myself, like wearing my funky shirts, or it just, I'll just leave it at, there was a Confederate flag with Hank Williams Jr. in the center of it,
In the bed of
in
a
the bed
pickup
of
truck,
a pickup truck,
parading through town with his buddies.
actually hanging out in the parking lot at the
Yeah.
grocery store. And
Yeah, that too.
So yeah, and I don't know.
Last time he was there was in '98. His Augusto's mom has friends there. Yeah, Chapel Hill was really a nice area.
Yeah.
The small town. Yeah.
What do they call it? The Paris?
I don't know.
It's like the Carborough and Chapel Hill combined. It's a cute little, lot of street cafes.
Yeah.
A lot of co-op and farmers markets. There's a big artist community there. Hi, Karen, if you're watching.
I thought she posted. I was like,
Oh
wow.
no, she's one of
Yeah.
our artist friends that lives in Chapel Hill. Yeah, we really do try to find the good wherever we go, and it just we don't have too many we'll never return again kind of places on the map, so. I do miss, although it's different now, but I had a pain specialist at Duke University.
Oh yeah.
And they had done a clinical trial where there was a lidocaine infusion. Worked really well for me and a couple other patients. But then when the trial ended, they weren't going to do it anymore. But the doctor that had been working with me knew how effective it was for me. So he continued, but once he got a different job and had moved, I think, to Boston, they didn't do it anymore. And there's no place that I found that will do it. Now, they'll shoot you full of ketamine, but
Which is not the same at all.
not the same. And I've never had that done, but I've heard not so great stories, so I'm not willing to go down that road unless I have to. But luckily my protocol in place right now is very effective. Just the degenerative disc is...
Oh, big tire gator. Road gator.
Road gator.
Ooh, I wonder if anybody in the UK does lidocaine infusions.
Ooh, maybe. Once cannabis becomes legal there, I'll get down on that, but
Yep.
I found that high CBD and 1-to-1 CBD cannabis has been really effective. So that's another bonus to going back to Vegas.
Can't get over how little traffic on the roads. Living in Toronto, there isn't a road or time of day that's quiet. Yeah. This is... You got to think too, there's not a lot of population density in this part of Texas, nor this part of the country, period. Like
Right.
between here and, there's little pockets like Dallas-Fort Worth and Amarillo, Albuquerque, and...
Well, I don't know if you've followed us when we were in Rodeo, New Mexico, the Highway 80 that goes alongside that, overnight, you might hear 1 or 2 vehicles, period,
Oh, yeah.
that drive by the park. During the day, there might be 10.
It's pretty much like when you're pulling out of the park, you really don't have to look either direction. You can just, not saying you should do this,
Yeah, not saying you should.
but you could just pull right out and
Yeah.
go whichever direction you wanted to go and not have much risk of an interaction.
Yeah, but you've got a 60-mile one-way trip to Douglas, Arizona to get supplies and groceries.
That's the closest.
That's the
and
closest.
that's a Walmart.
Yeah. Well, there are a couple of little mini grocery stores there. There's one, I think it's like King's something, that I hadn't been to that one. And in Silver City, which is about 81 miles, so an hour and a half, there's a co-op and a couple of grocery stores. But there are little, they're not open long hours, but there's a mercantile about 20 minutes from Rusty's RV
Yep.
Ranch. And there's Sky Islands Grill with a little takeaway cafe and milk
Yeah,
and
it's not-
eggs kind of thing.
It's not completely devoid of anything, but alrighty.
Oh, that's that same
Yeah,
guy
that's
that went ripping
weird.
by us with his...
But it's not someplace like you don't have 3 different options for going to get groceries.
yeah.
And if you get groceries locally, you're going to get like $1 for an egg kind of thing.
Yeah,
Maybe
it
not quite
was-
that bad, but yeah.
Yeah. Phil says lots of Canada's like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it, north of Toronto, the Algonquin Park, that's pretty much one of the darkest sky areas as well.
What is all that about?
What?
The rumbles.
Oh,
Oh, I guess for the stoplight.
It's our first stoplight in miles. A couple hours. Or no, there was one, but it wasn't lit up back in that little town that looked like man, you just know these little communities back in the day were little booming all the way up until I'm guessing the 80s when
Is that a road or a railroad or? I guess it's a road, yeah. Or road. Oh, I didn't realize that I'm speeding.
We're in Catholic country.
Yep.
Oh no, that says Amarillo. I thought there was a sign back there for a Catholic church, and then there was a Catholic church supply thing. So.
.72 ounce in
Yeah.
one sitting. That's dangerous levels of.
Yeah, and I'm guessing it's not like the prime cut.
Oh,
There's
no.
a lot
I mean,
of
there
fat
is.
and bristle, and you got to eat all of it.
Yeah. Maybe it's still a good deal, even if you like, maybe
Die
Yeah,
after
no,
you eat it.
I meant like you go in with the intention of eating it for the next 4 days or whatever.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I wonder if that comes with a free ambulance ride.
Right.
Like that's your dessert. You don't get dessert. You get a free ride with the sirens. Yeah, Kim, it's really interesting, all the little towns, and I'm always curious, you know, what brought the demise, because there's so many vacant buildings and unfortunate, like, turn of the century banks in these little tiny towns that are just gone. It's sad.
Yeah, it's curious too, like what was the thing that sparked the town to begin with? Like why did it pop up here?
Yeah,
kinda
I'm
things.
guessing like cattle
Yeah.
and the railway coming through. So it was a good place for people to drive their cattle up and load them up and go. And
Yep.
so they needed a bank and a post office and a telegraph. Because you notice in these last few towns, there's like one brick building and everything else is.
Yep. 75 miles left. 1 hour, 7 minutes.
Odin Village in Chapel Hill near the University Hospital is where Augusto lived. I'm not sure if I don't know, it was 98 though, so.
Well, yeah. I mean, there were up near the UNC medical area. There were
Yeah.
definitely little offshoots of like apartments.
Yeah, now there
or
are
little housing
offshoots
areas.
of the hospital in different places.
That's
There's
true too. Yeah.
Lots of clinics sprawled out.
I doubt we would even recognize Chapel Hill if we went back at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually lived west of Chapel Hill, west of Carborough. What was the name of that road?
Old Greensboro Road.
Old Greensboro Road. Yeah, you cross over the reservoir and then go
Right.
right, but it was north or northwest?
Northwest, yeah. Turned mostly west after you went a little ways.
Yeah, we would go into Burlington and Elon for shopping and movies, and as well as the Raleigh area.
Well, mostly Chapel Hill and Durham.
Yeah,
we
but
we rarely, if ever, went down to Raleigh, and it was mostly for museums and such.
and hockey.
And hockey.
And Earth Fair on Sundays for
That was-
breakfast.
Durham. Earth Fair was Durham.
Come on.
And no, there's a kitty cat.
All right. You
And that's
peed
the
at
kitty
lunch,
cat
so
that
you're
beats
good.
up on me.
Woo, dude. Need to be heavily caffeinated.
Well, uh-oh. Our map just disappeared.
It'll be alright. Check and see if we're still online, or
It looks like we are, but
are we still online, guys?
that is super weird. I've never seen that happen before.
Okay, well, I prefer. Michael.
I don't know.
I see a map.
I don't see a map or our speed anymore.
Lossman says we're online. Phil says we're online. That just
Okay.
hasn't updated. Oh, there went the map.
Yep.
And there went the speed. Online, no map.
That's
Yeah.
weird.
Well, you want me to find a pull in?
Oh, rest area, 1 mile. Haha.
Woohoo! Yay, because I had to go to the bathroom. Alright, we got a rest area. We'll deal with the technical difficulties.
Yeah, I've never seen that happen before.
Maybe grab a snack or something. I will say that having the mic hot, like my snack game has leveled out.
My cot?
Yeah, when you have when we're live streaming and the mic is,
Oh,
like I have the mic hot.
I thought you said my cot. I'm
No,
like, I don't.
the mic hot.
Okay.
Then I'm not crunching away on my goodies as much, but. I don't know if Kirk is still watching, but he passed along some snacks, so I'm about to have some popcorn. Oh.
Bump.
Watch for rattlesnakes. Safety rest area.
I'm just gonna take this first little spot right here.
How much longer to Amarillo?
70 miles.
In half a mile, merge onto US 287 North.
This looks like a nice place to stop.
I am
In
exhausted.
a quarter
but
mile,
Right,
merge
that's what I'm
onto
saying.
US 287 North.
I'd really like to get to Amarillo tonight.
Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom, so you gotta take Beaver.
That's fine. Network connected.
I know. Daddy's gonna take you.
Aha. That tab crashed. That's why we're not getting chats.
Look out. Look out. Look out. Look out.
There we go. Did it overheat? No, it didn't overheat. It's actually relatively cool right now. I'm going to try loading the map in a new tab. That works. That's super weird. I think I'm gonna have to, well, let me try doing something like this. Sorry, you're gonna get some black screens as I switch back and forth. And no, still nothing. All right, so this YouTube will keep going, but I'm going to kill OBS, which will kill the stream temporarily till it comes back, just to see if that brings it back to life. I mean, yeah, I can. Everything else is working. All right, be right back. We're going to stop the stream, exit OBS, come back. Be like 5 or 10 seconds. And we should be back. Test, test. Yep. Okay. So yeah, it looks like the browser page integration into OBS died, which I believe uses some sort of Microsoft web engine underneath. So yeah, thanks Microsoft. But we are back. Is your mic hot or are you muted, sweetie? Okay. I have not taken her yet, just FYI. So hi everybody, we're back. Okay. Sweet. Hey, thanks for the confirmation, Pete. Lost Man was born in Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina. It's very close by there.
All right, go get Daddy.
Yeah, the 0 and 1 didn't align. You're correct. All right, I'm going to mute and take Fiona to go potty.
Come on, Fee. Go get Daddy. Okay, y'all, I'm back. I may mute again depending on what kind of snacks I get. They may be crunchy. Although I did find some keto almond percent cookies from HEB that are delicious. Her lunch is on the dash.
Okay.
With the baby.
Close the door. I see you're back online.
Yep. Woo. I need salt.
Oh. I thought you smelled what I ripped on the way in.
Butter salt. Nay. Kitties don't get popcorn. Mm-hmm. tempted to put some gingerbread seasoning on the popcorn, see how that works out. I have cinnamon sugar. Ah. Sorry, I told y'all I'm on my snack game. See what happens with that. Louie! Louie! Come here, Pudge. Get out of the way. Leave her alone. Let her eat her own lunch. I don't know how much Louie ate, but he had Fiona run off. You want an ice cream bar? You want a cookie?
What kind of cookie? But I like a cookie.
I got those keto almond things, or I have some.
Oh, those were good. Yeah, let's do
3.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Cinnamon sugar on popcorn.
Not good.
No. that was I chose poorly. Oh. Well, you don't
Hi,
know until you
peoples.
try. Give me a second before you pull out.
Yep, no worries. I gotta wipe down my sunglasses anyway.
You said 3 cookies?
Ya beta.
Okay. They've got like extra almond essence or something, so they taste like those really good homemade ones.
Yep.
All right, back to the drawing board. Oh. Woo! Hello.
You okay?
Yep. Apparently we went to.
Had a bit of a shift.
Yep. Ooh. Bacon wrap date.
Man, you give me cookies and you get the bacon wrap dates?
You want a bacon wrap date?
No, I'm all right.
Louis wants. He's over here pawing at me. Ooh, the air kicked on.
I think we will turn that off. Thoughts?
Works for me. I'm already cold. Ow.
I see you had the rear bath vent open.
Mhm.
Cool. That's not 3 cookies. That's like,
That is 3 cookies.
that's not a cookie.
That is a cookie. It's a crescent.
All right.
Almond crescent.
Is that what they're supposed to be, crescents? Oh,
crescent.
okay. Maybe it is a full cookie then. I thought these were like crumbles of a full
Oh, you
cookie.
think like I took a bite out of it and gave you the leftover?
No.
I got the Midel gluten-free. I'm hoping the Sprouts this year will carry the peppermint Midel ones for the. I got a whole canister of whipped cream back there too. Where are you going? Don't jump down that way. Mm-hmm.
Oh, refill?
Yep.
Done
You
time.
want to?
Yep. I have a drink of fish.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that was the end of it. Okay, it's loose.
Okay.
Danke.
Bitte.
How's everybody doing? We coming through loud and clear? Probably a lot quieter without the road noise. Lots of Louis head in the picture there. For a minute, it was nothing but Louis's forehead. Okay.
We can't leave the baby out. She starts squeaking it and then shoves it in Michael's crotch so he can throw it.
Not that that's ever happened before.
Nah. At least not in the last 24 hours. Red Jag said, "Guess it's better than cat butt in the camera." He does that too, especially when we're on video calls with Michael's parents. It's they almost always find a way to. Although last night not so much. It was Fiona that was in
have
there.
an issue last night.
Louis stalked us a little bit from the back, from the kitchen counter, and because we were at our desk, and Pop mentioned that we had a cat watching us. Now everybody's had a little bit of food, so the grooming has begun. How goes it?
Good. I was just playing with something else to see if I could.
We had thought about in New Mexico driving, through the petrified forest. We had done that in 2014, Thanksgiving weekend.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yep.
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah. If memory serves, though, the roads were narrow and like the length, I think, for some of the
Oh
turns.
yeah, it was.
Because we were towing a Jeep, so we were maybe total 50 feet long, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. 37. Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're, what we are. So the nice little curvy narrow roads, probably not a great idea. So, but it's a really lovely drive, and if you've never been or have no idea what I'm talking about, research the Petrified Forest in New Mexico. No, it's in Arizona. Is it in New Mexico?
Yeah, it's Arizona.
It's Arizona. Sorry, I said New Mexico.
Okay. Ready to head on down the road.
And you did.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Oh, I got the hiccups again.
It was windy when I opened the door. Surprise, surprise.
Oh. Hello.
You like Gomer Pyle?
Surprise, surprise, surprise. On the road again.
Pew, 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 pew.
Yikes.
Continue on US 287 north for 67 miles.
Woot.
All right.
Hello, Ocean.
Hey, Ocean.
Welcome. Good to see you. I've been looking at your lorry pictures on Facebook. It always fascinates me because they look like they could have sleepers in the back of them, but they don't look like they're that big. And plus, I don't know. I guess they do travel through the channel to get goods. I don't know.
I don't know.
But anyway, they're really interesting, and I've been enjoying them. I'm guessing you take them from a overpass.
You see Louie's foot in the stream now. Excuse me, I think your cat has a question. Now he's less confident in his question.
He's like, I'm not sure. Maybe I already know the answer. I'll wait for someone else.
Louie's a silly kitty.
Yep.
You're ice and water. Wow. I don't know how you're doing that.
Oh, when I filled your
Oh.
water bottle.
Cat butt alert.
Now dog butt. Fiona doesn't care about anything until the cats care about it, and then she has to
Make
run
sure she
and
didn't
make
miss
sure,
something.
yeah.
Yep.
You got a
Yep.
heavy duty curve. Oh. I want a little trailer that looks like it's a retro trailer, but super modern and clean
I think
on
that's
the
what those
inside.
are. They're newer, something or others.
Like
I can't remember.
Little mini Winnie kind of things.
Yeah. Coming into Headley.
That's cool. Ocean said that he does see trucks from continental Europe, so they must have sleeper cabs.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because the cab is over the motor from what I remember for most European lorries, and than having that little space. But here, big rigs, you know, you got 10 foot of engine and hood, then the driver's section, and then we've seen triple sleepers before.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
that is, I don't think that's a new one.
Space sprocket.
Yep, now that I see it up close.
Oh, it has fans.
Yep.
That's adorable.
Ooh, there's an RV park somewhere.
Somewhere. Red Jag says he'd rather deal with that butt than many of the butts I have to deal with. I
Mm,
bet.
Yeah.
I had a college professor that was on the job in Yakima, Washington, and we were discussing drug offenses one semester, and he said that every cop he ever knew would rather deal with somebody high on weed than any other drug or alcohol. Alcohol was the worst. Just belligerence and ignorance and rage.
Yep.
The Peach Ranch. That's not a euphemism, is it? Nope.
In
it's
this
actually,
instance, it's not, but
it's not. All of a sudden, I thought of the Burt Reynolds Dolly Parton movie, The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. Or out in
Don't know
Vegas,
that I've seen
the
that one.
Rabbit Ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah, Burt Reynolds was a sheriff or a cop, and Dolly Parton was a madam. Like, she ran the place.
That's pretty progressive for Dolly Parton.
No, Dolly Parton, she made no effort in hiding. She even tells people, like, if she had to describe herself, the way, like, if you had to pick her up or pick her out of a lineup or out of a picture, how would you describe so they would know that's Dolly Parton? And she always says, like, trashy and, you know.
Really?
Like, yeah,
Huh.
because that's her, you know. All right, Ocean, get some sleep.
Oh man, I bet you are tired.
Yeah. Yeah, Red, weed makes me relaxed. The first time I tried, first time I had medical marijuana, the like dosing and everything, you gotta like figure it out. I was pretty mellow. Michael made fun of me because I lost track of time.
In a big way.
In a big way. I thought like 30 seconds. No, I thought like hours had lapsed, and it ended up being like 30 seconds. He was out in the
Yep.
car and came in, and it was, yeah. I'm so glad we got the new antenna nubs.
You like that?
Yeah, they're not poking me at all.
Good.
The other ones were, it was just that wire. It was like a coat hanger with a little bit of rubber coating
Yep.
on it. It was awful. Michael ordered a new DJI,
Oh yeah, the
So-
Pocket 2.
so hopefully we'll be able to do live drives, like if we go to Red Rock Canyon or Lake Mead or something, without lugging around all kinds of stuff.
Yep. We shall see.
John tried weed once when he was younger, got sick, and that was the last one. Yeah, some people it just doesn't do well. I wasn't a big. I did not partake when very often when I was in college and high school, and then as an adult, it wasn't on my radar because it wasn't legal. And when we started staying in Las Vegas, I had a friend of mine who also has chronic illnesses, and she and her husband both had medical cards, and so I had tried and see if it helped, and it did. It helped tremendously. And so when I was a resident in Vegas, before it went legal for recreational, I had my pain specialist, and I got a medical card. So it really helps. But of course, I have like it down to a science. I know exactly what amount, because it's
Of what ratio?
of what ratio, because you can get something that's really, really high with CBD, and it is the non-psychoactive portion, or one of the non-psychoactive portions, and THC is the one that, you know, makes you loopy and see pretty colors. So I have it to where I have like a 50-to-1, so I'll get like 300 milligrams of CBD in a tablet or some sort of edible, and then just enough THC to make the CBD work better, because that's one of the things that if you have over-the-counter CBD oil from other, first of all, you never really know what they're putting the filler in with it, so I think it's kind of shady. But if you don't have a little bit of the THC, the CBD doesn't get absorbed as well, and the CBN doesn't get absorbed as well to be as effective for pain relief.
It's funny, John,
Yeah.
your description of your first time trying weed makes me, I suspect a lot of people's first time experience of alcohol.
There's an object on road ahead.
There is indeed an object on road ahead. Jesus.
Woo, holy.
That car. Oh.
Yep.
Okay, anyway, I suspect it's a similar description for a lot of people's first time experience with alcohol. But somehow people push through that. So,
My first experience with alcohol wasn't bad at all.
okay, I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying several people, or most people.
I think it's a matter of, if it's something that you grow up with and it's forbidden and it's a no-no.
Right.
As
Then
soon
it's,
as you get a chance to do it, you overdo it, or you don't have the means to have something that tastes good, so you're drinking like Natty Light and Mad Dog. Having spent a lot of time in Europe, it was not frowned upon. But it wasn't something you overdid. You just had a little bit. What is all your screen info coming from, speed, etc.?
So the actual source is GPS on my phone feeding info through a program called OwnTracks, and that is going over MQTT to my gateway, and then my gateway through some Node-RED magic that I put together, it publishes that data on a WebSocket, which OBS Studio uses via a web plugin, basically. So if that helps, my phone is the ultimate answer, and then it relays it to my server, and my laptop subscribes to that and gets the data to put on the stream.
John said he didn't want to smoke weed anyway, just had a bunch of friends around, so I tried it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
I'm actually a weirdo.
Yeah,
I'll
he
just say
doesn't.
it.
Yeah, he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I've never tried alcohol. I've never tried weed or anything.
He didn't even. He took one pain med when he had his wisdom teeth
yeah.
extracted, and that was it. He
Yeah, I
just
didn't
doesn't.
care for it.
Yeah, I have a hard time when he hurts. Just recently, he started actually taking something for back pain or headaches and stuff.
Well, and even then, it's still just naproxen sodium or something.
Yeah,
It's an over-the-counter.
Yeah, it's over the counter. It's not. John, we're going through Amarillo, and then Albuquerque, Flagstaff, Kingman, and then Las Vegas. So we're not far
going
north.
We're not going anywhere near that far north.
Yeah, it's too cold that far north. It's too cold here right now, actually. And Red Jag, you're correct. People are just stupid. So lacing a bunch of stuff, or even you have all these places that have CBD flags flying, and it has CBD supposedly, but there's a website I follow called leafly.com, and there have been countless testing, somebody, a non-sponsored test, someone will go in and buy from different brands of CBD oil or CBD products in these little gas station store front things, test it, and even stuff like you can buy on Amazon that's a big name, they test it and it'll say it's X amount of milligrams of CBD. It's not. It's just like petroleum jelly and something else. There's almost nothing in it. So it's basically the snake oil of our day, and it's a big keyword. So
the problem is it actually does work when you actually get the substance.
The stuff, yes.
Yeah.
John was making a joke. Yeah, the description of this feed. Yeah. Okay, Red Jag wants clarification. Gateway port GPS to phone. What? Yeah. I don't even try. Like if something ever happened to him, I have to have footnotes in my phone how to do things, because it's and he changes things around, and sometimes I get the memo, sometimes I don't. So, like how to change the air conditioning.
Well, the good news is most of the things in the coach
are now automated.
Are automated, but you can manually control all of them at the exact same place in the exact same way that has almost always been done.
Yeah, I still need footnotes.
Okay.
That's what Google Keep is for. I got all kinds of...
Yep. Hey, there's parking somewhere.
Mm-hmm. We miss y'all. We miss y'all too. A big gun says howdy. The metal art back there at the flea market.
I saw it. That's why I laughed at it.
Oh.
I'm not.
Discover where the bison were saved. The Goodnight Ranch. Charles Goodnight. It was a cattle trail to get all the cattle in, and I'm not sure on the details about how they saved the bison, but apparently the historic ranch is up here somewhere.
In this vicinity.
In this vicinity. Used to be an old Texaco.
Mm-hmm. That used to be an old car.
Yep.
Well, still is an old car. A little bit of a ramp up here.
It's closed now, but there was a little restaurant back there called Salads and Such.
Nice.
I wouldn't think a salad joint would do well in Texas.
Oh, it is closed up.
Yeah, true. What they mean is you get a little bit of lettuce underneath your steak, and they call it a salad.
Is there a standard height for street lights that hang over, like we just went over? There is actually. I think it's a minimum of 13'6" is kind of the standard, and then if it's lower than that, it has to be posted with a way around it. I believe that's. I could be off by a couple inches, but somewhere in that vicinity.
Y'all can't see it, but there's a drive-in theater off my side of it. It's probably not functioning, but
right.
I miss drive-in theaters.
Yeah, they were cool.
They always had a playground in front you could hang out with.
Not the one I went to, but okay. At least not one that I got to go see the playground of. It may have had a playground, but that wasn't.
We had very different childhoods.
We very much did, yes. Yeah, some motorhomes are 13.6. With a lot of fifth wheels are 13.6, and with our antennas, we are now 13.6. But to the top of the coach or the top of the air conditioners, we're not quite that tall. It may be like 13.8 or 13.10 or something is the default. We have more problems really with RV parks that have tree overhangs. Those
Yeah.
are generally not good.
Gail's son has his Christmas tree getting lit up this weekend. His Christmas tree is famous in Texas.
Wow.
It's technically not a Christmas tree. I think it's a Texas cedar, maybe. But it's, if you search Amarillo Christmas tree, and it looks like a big oak tree, and it's all lit up. And so, yeah, it's famous.
Cool.
But I think he said he was going to throw the switch on Friday, so finally get it all done.
Oh man, I meant to pull up the network cable a little bit that was between the coach and the trailer, but I forgot to do it. It's dangling a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, trees are definitely rough. Yep. And so on the interstate and like main roads, even if they're not trimmed, usually tractor trailers going through will keep them knocked back enough that it's not a problem for RVers. But RV parks, tall, big, wide RVs are not the norm for most RV parks. And so, and when they come through, they're not at high speed, so they just scrape instead of getting knocked off. It's super freaking annoying for me.
John says he takes a chainsaw with him now.
Oh, nice.
So Halls has this thing now I noticed on the wrapper. They're trying to be inspirational.
Oh, okay. Man, I gave away that extended pole chainsaw. I should have held on to that. That'd be good for those situations. You made me think of that, John. Thanks. I'm gonna have to pick up another one of those or something.
I wonder if they just started doing this for like the pandemic. Don't give up on yourself. Don't waste a precious minute. You survive tougher.
Huh. That seems like their audience is more bleak.
Yeah, because
would
well,
hope.
we're sick. We're
Well, I
sucking
know,
on.
I get it, but
I'm not sick, but my sinuses have a tendency to close up.
you know, that's a good question, John. I don't know if, yeah, I think if a park is smart, they would have in part of the agreement that you sign when you're checking in that they're not responsible for damage to your vehicle. And I bet the bigger parks have that, but the smaller parks likely do not. Like the mom and pop parks probably don't think that far ahead. I just wish they would just keep the stuff trimmed back. I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be that big of a deal. But I guess it grows slow and you're not paying attention, and unless somebody reports it, then you don't know, and I don't know, who knows. If I were doing something like that, I would probably set up some sort of a big lattice work that was the same size as a big rig's profile and drive through the park to make sure that it was clear, and anything that was within like 2 feet, just cut it back. But that's just me.
Yeah, John says when you check in, you already had the tree damage just getting into the park.
Yeah, some of them you do. Louis got an issue.
Okay. Fiona, leave him alone.
Probably a false alarm.
I think he fell asleep with the thing resting on his chin. You okay, buddy?
No, I don't want to own an RV park. We've managed one. That was close enough.
Yeah. If we do own one, it'll have like 5 spots over like 100 acres.
And there won't be any trees anyway.
There won't be. Well, there'll be trees, but not on the sites.
Yeah. Not along the road. Not on the sites.
We'd have a lot of rules. Like nobody would ever show up because they'd just be like, "Those people are.
Yeah.
We're picky."
It'd basically be just for our friends.
Yeah.
That'd really be the way of it. Man, I did a good job repositioning the camera this time. Now the highway is like dead center straight down the picture. It was bugging me earlier. It looked like I was off center all the time.
Tell you. Daddy's lap's open.
Mm.
Come on. Well, come on. No, see? Fiona. She just wants to poke me. I put my hand down to pick her up and she runs back to you.
Yep.
I went up there, but only if the cat leaves.
Good old flat Texas. Yes,
Yep.
indeed. Oh. It does have a curve every now and then, though. You got to watch out for it.
Where are you going? Hmm? Red Jag says, I have to give you credit. You did really well with your camera setup for the live drive.
Cool. I appreciate that. We did have some suggestions to help get the positioning of stuff the way it is now, and I think it's turned out really well.
Yep. The curve is so you don't fall asleep.
Right. Or so they can tell if you did fall asleep. Like, oh, that guy's driving down the median now. He must have fallen asleep.
It's okay. And she's off. I don't know what she's doing. She's probably going to get in the crate right before we stop for the night.
Yep. Speaking of that, 39 miles, 35 minutes left on our drive. It says we will be there at 10 till 4. And we are at 3/8 of a tank of fuel, so.
But we're not going to fuel up until
tomorrow morning. Yep.
Yeah. The welcome center that we're stopping at is before
the fuel stop.
The fuel stop. So, but we've stopped. It was 2014, I think, was the last time we stopped at this, right?
I don't know. I thought last time I remember was when we came through in the fifth wheel in 2010.
No, I think we stopped before there.
Might have been.
maybe just for lunch, and then kept on trucking. But I'm pretty sure since 2010 we've stopped. It had to be 2014 because that's when we went across to Petrified Forest and all that.
You know, Red Jag, we could do Mystery Science Theater. We could have the cameras behind us and like have us in silhouette profile. Aside from the slides
The
being in
slides
the way.
block it, yeah.
But still, I think that'd be funny.
I don't.
You don't?
Yeah. Red Jag, yep, I remember telling you to move your picture up top. Yeah, that was a good call. Yep, she's in her crate now.
That's good.
She was keeping my lap warm though.
Oh.
If we ever stop traveling before we get too old, I'd love to have like a little farm with little miniature animals, like little mini cows and goats.
Yep.
Like Robert Downey Jr.
Yep. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Him and Gwyneth Paltrow.
What? No.
Just goofing. I'm throwing in an Iron Man.
Yeah.
I know he's not married to Gwyneth
I know.
Paltrow.
I know you don't. But she gives me the creeps.
Yeah. Where are we going to spend the night?
Amarillo,
Augusto.
Texas.
Yep, Amarillo, Texas. There's a Texas Welcome Center in Amarillo, because Amarillo is basically right in the center of the Panhandle, or the is that the Panhandle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's a big welcome center there that we've stayed at least once before in 2010 with the fifth wheel, and possibly since then at some other time, but I don't remember that. Man, 2010. It's hard to believe it was 10 years ago that we took our cross-country trip with the fifth wheel.
Welcome back, Christopher. Did you enjoy your nap? Yeehaw. Yep.
Looks like maybe the camera is tilted a bit now. I know, it's not something I'm going to adjust until we stop, but I mean, there is a slight slope to the right, but it looks much more pronounced in the camera. Woo! Man, I hope I sleep well tonight.
1 mile for the turn for the Goodnight Ranch.
Good night.
Visit goodnight.com. I may have to look into that. When we were on our way to Montana, there were, I guess they were wild. There were just some bison off in the fields. So it was in between two very large cattle drives that I spotted them. There's bison.
Yep. Bison jerky, bison.
No, there's
ware.
bison in the field.
Oh yeah, there are bison. Well, they're gonna be bison jerky and bison ware.
Yeah. We used to, when Dad was stationed at Fort Sill, we would go out to the wildlife refuge, and they had a herd of bison and prairie dogs. They had a lot of prairie dogs, but they were not afraid of people, and some people were very stupid and would, agitate them. And there was, I think it was a pickup truck. It might have been like a small camper van. They agitated the bison, and then they ran to their vehicle, and the bull, he just kind of pushed the vehicle up and over.
Nice.
So he was not messing around. We had gone, we'd sleep in the back of the truck and go to the lake and have like a little camp out thing. And one weekend, there was, I want to say like 4 or 5 big bison, and then there was a little baby, and the baby and the mother had, like, the mom had squished the baby up against the side of our truck, and Dad woke up in the middle of the night, and the thing was shaking, and the cow, the mother, was like licking the side of the paint on the truck and kind of pushing.
Wow.
And so he had to get up and shoo him away, but at least we weren't in a tent.
No doubt. And at least they didn't flip you over.
True. I think the bull had a little bit of speed behind him, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Although, you know, they're hefty animals. They can do what they want. What are you doing, baby girl? I always try to give animals a wide berth. Like, I'm not afraid of any animal. I just have a healthy respect for them. Because I take that back. I'm afraid of humans.
Oh, yeah.
Humans terrify me. We were in Florida one year for like family vacation, and Twyla, I don't know if she's still watching. Twyla and I were out on the Gulf side. We were in Florida at Siesta Key, and we were out on a sandbar, probably 30 feet from the actual shore, and we're just
maybe a little more than that.
Maybe we were just bobbing around, and so we were out in the water, and my sister-in-law didn't want to get in the water. She was one of those, I don't want my hair to get wet, I don't want, you know. And so they had finally talked her into getting into the water. And as she was coming out, Twyla and I were already there watching her, and all these little fish, like a whole school of fish, just jumped out of the water, and they were smacking her in the face. It looked like something out of a cartoon. And she was screaming and flailing about, and we were laughing. We're just in the water giggling. And then people start waving to us, and we're, you know, waving back. And about an hour later, we go back on the shore. My brother-in-law says, "Did you see that big shark?" I'm like, whatever, yeah, okay. And we get back up on the patio, and my father-in-law says, "Did you see that big shark?" And we put 2 and 2 together that the fish that were slapping my sister-in-law in the face were evading the shark. And yeah, so, but it's his backyard.
Yeah, we'll be worried when they start coming up on land.
Right? Christopher, it's been a long day. Yeah, for both of us, buddy. You probably more so. I'm just a passenger. Navigator, co-pilot.
Just 2 more days just like it.
Yay!
Maybe we even with some snow and ice tomorrow. Who knows?
Oh, yeah.
And then Sunday will be just a 2-hour drive.
Yep.
Again, assuming everything else falls into place.
Right, weather and...
Yep. And I did take Monday off from work as well, so I've got a day to recuperate from the drive.
Augusto in 2006 did a safari in Masai Mara National Park in Kenya. That is on. That's a bucket list thing there for me.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
There's a manor there. They have, it's like a 2-story old Victorian plantation thing, but they've converted it, and they have giraffe. And so you can, like, you're sitting there having your breakfast, and giraffes just poke through the window and steal your mango and whatnot.
Steal your lettuce.
Steal your breakfast. There's also a place in California just...
That's a really cool wind turbine.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you can see it very well
yeah.
in the video.
There might be another one up here like it. There's a place north of Santa Rosa, California, that is called Safari West. and I think they're open to visitors right now, but not certain. But they have a lot of African animals that are rescued from private zoos, and they have cabins where you can stay and have a meal or feed the giraffe. So that's also on a bucket list.
Sharknado.
Sharknado. Hello, Mark.
Is Rudy still watching?
He's probably lost interest. He can't see any animals in the camera.
Probably, yeah.
There's a big old honking bird.
Yep. How do you know it's a honking bird?
Oh, it's a hawk.
So probably not honking.
Not a honking.
Okay. More wind turbines coming up.
Yay!
They look like they ought to be walking across the plains.
Oh, have you guys seen My Octopus Teacher yet? It's a documentary. It's on Netflix.
Very, very good.
Very good. So he follows this female octopus for nearly a year and goes out into the water. He lives like right on this beach and goes out there every day nearly and interacts with her. And he had started off just staying afar, and she got curiouser and curiouser. And yeah, there was, what made me think of it was when you said that walking, she took 6 of her arms and sprawled out, it looked like a dress, and then 2 arms she was walking on the ocean floor. And they think she was trying to mimic some sort of algae that flows. So she was camouflaging herself, and it's really well done.
Yeah, I think we need to watch that again when I'm actually able to watch it.
Yeah. Michael, there's not a lot of viewing things where he can just stop. He has so much energy, and his brain is just.
Well, I was working. You watched it while I was my work day.
But even when I don't, you'll sit down and watch something with me.
Sure.
And he
But I'm
won't
just saying
remember
for that
half
one,
of it.
Yeah,
because
for that one it was my work day.
it still holds true.
Yeah.
You can't just sit there and watch something. You have to have a laptop in your lap or something else going on.
Yep.
The other one is 7 Worlds, 1 Planet. That was a really good special.
Claude.
And we just watched the David Attenborough 2-hour special, the most recent one.
Yeah, that was really good too. Really depressing.
Yeah, depressing and sad. If you buy a chicken fry steak at the Big Texan on your next visit, you get one free.
Okay.
I would leave and come back in and be like, I want my free one
Right.
to go. I've left.
I was trying to think we could fit one in tonight and then get one in the morning on our way out.
There's a lot of mesquite for sale. It's always interesting, the road signs and billboards. Like that one was a taxidermy. Like you wouldn't think like in Las Vegas there'd be enough interest in a taxidermist to have a big billboard.
In Las Vegas?
Yeah. So here in Texas, taxidermy is.
Oh.
Yeah. So like in Las Vegas, you wouldn't. It's not something that would be on your radar. There's a little
Yeah.
gas station. sod poodles.
Okay.
I don't even want to know what a sod poodle is.
No idea what a sod poodle is.
I'm not going to mess up my
We've
search.
had some little hiccups there on the internet.
What's the ETA now for the...
19 minutes. Yay! Gosh.
I'm guessing that's a dirt bike park with ramps and
I don't know.
mounds. There was a couple of half pipes back there, so.
Oh, okay.
And an observation tower.
Cool. I think we're ending the stream with Sharknado as the last comment.
People are wondering what was happening.
Yep.
They were in Texas.
Even the Sharknadoes are bigger in Texas.
Yep. Dante, I'm still here with you. I'm busy cooking.
Okay.
As long as we know we're still live and not just talking
Are you
to
in
ourselves.
Amarillo? Because if so, we're coming by for a
Right.
meal.
He's in California,
Oh, that's right.
near LA, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. Now I'm confused. I forget. I barely remember where I am, let alone where everybody else is.
Cam had to look up sod poodles. Are you ready? Minor league AA franchise of San Diego Padres and Amarillo, and that's the whole story. The sod
Nice.
poodles. I guess poodles sound like Padre. Like San Diego
yeah.
Padres, sod poodle. I don't know. What was the mascot? The Scorpiotes?
Yeah, the Scorpiotes. They couldn't half the people wanted a mascot to be the scorpion and the other half wanted it to be the coyotes. So they compromised on Scorpiotes.
What show was that?
The Good Place.
Oh yeah, The Good Place. Some high school in Tempe.
College. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the high school. Washing the
she-
Jag while it's still nice out.
Oh, good. I washed the X yesterday before I put it in the car hauler. I really try to get it clean before it goes in there. I think only once it's been really filthy when I put it in, and that was coming out of Rodeo, New Mexico. Had lots of mud caked on it, unfortunately, even though I'd washed it a day or two earlier. It rained or something, and it was horrible.
I think if I lived anywhere that's just flat and wide open, I'd bury my house.
Yeah. Especially as hot as it gets in this area, too.
And it would make for less windbreak, you know, like you see all the trees and stuff, but
Yep. Yeah, definitely not Red Jag. It's
it does have stainless steel decking though.
no,
so
no, aluminum.
Oh, aluminum?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all aluminum. But
Well, I mean, you could still hose it out.
yeah, I'd have to tip it up to where it was pointed downhill and do it, but it's just best not to have to get it in there. There's still some mud stain in the aluminum from that time. I've swept it out a bunch and vacuumed and stuff, but I've not washed it per se inside. I didn't bother washing the car hauler yesterday because they were calling for that wintry mix possibility. So I thought, well, it'll be dirty as hell when I get through that anyway. So
Kim says sod poodle is an old-fashioned nickname for prairie dog.
oh, well that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. I've never heard it called a sod poodle, but
No.
a long train.
Yeah, buddy. Got some Oops trucks on there, some FedEx.
Looks like an Amazon Prime coming up.
YRC.
Or maybe not. It's just
Yeah,
blue.
I think Prime is really only on the roads right now, and maybe Air. I think they got a couple of Amazon Prime flights now. FedEx multimodal.
There's an intermodal. I guess ship, train, and cargo
Air.
plane
Yeah.
and truck.
Yep. Intermodal.
Looks like 3 engines pulling it.
Yeah. That's interesting. I've never seen one of those on a truck that says intermodal or multimodal.
Well, they look extra long, so I
They
don't
do.
think they would. But
it
I'm
seems
guessing
inefficient
air.
to have to
Yeah.
unload and put into a truck or something. .12 minutes, 12 miles.
Woohoo!
What's it supposed to be tomorrow when we wake up? Like 31 or something?
Not really sure. Let me check. Degrees tomorrow. I think it was Milan that was
Well, Milan's 15 is what.
yeah, so 34 degrees.
Okay. 34 degrees tomorrow morning, and then 15 degrees Saturday morning. Man, I really miss autopilot on these drives. I feel like to have enough distance visibility in the semi trucks in order for autopilot to be effective on like this types of roads where you see the speed limit sign coming up and stuff.
Yeah.
That they'd have to have them on a gimbal so that it floats and it can have a steady view straight out and not be vibrated and stuff by the vehicle.
Yeah, and it would probably have to be high enough up that
Yep.
little dips in the road didn't cause it to go off and freak out.
Yep.
John says it's mid-60s in San Francisco area.
Nice. You got friends that live out there too?
Yep. That was one of the other places we were going to stop this year on our way to Oregon.
2020, yep.
Yep.
Do another Tesla factory tour and visit friends there. And
Hang out at Petaluma at the Twit Studio for a little bit.
yep.
I was really looking forward to that because when I was going to drop you off at the Twit Studio and go up to Charles Schultz Museum.
Now, next time we're out there, you'll have to go so you can visit with Ann.
Yeah. That'd be fun. Grab a whiskey.
Hey, my ring says it's time to stretch my legs a bit.
You think? John says we have to stop there and pick him up on the way to Canada.
Yep.
I feel like Michael Jeter from Boys Next Door. That's plans.
Nice.
Also a great movie.
Yes, Boys Next Door.
Yeah. It's got Michael Jeter, Courtney B. Vance, Tony Goldwyn, Nathan
Lane.
Lane, thank you.
Guy that looks like he could be the doctor from House, not House himself, but the other doctor's little
Oh.
brother.
No, he is that guy.
Oh, he is that guy. No
Yeah,
kidding.
he's
Dang.
I was trying to remember his name. I almost had it too. He was House's best friend on Dr. House.
Yeah.
Stick your legs up on the dash, honey. Stretch your legs.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Now I gotta look it up. It was almost there too.
Sorry. I disrupted the flow of...
Yeah, Mayor Whittingham is also in it. It's a Hallmark movie, if anybody's interested. And it's not to be confused with the Charlie Sheen movie, The Boys Next Door.
Oh, God, no.
It's 96 or 98? 96. Okay, so Robert Sean Leonard is the guy that was in House. Mayor Whittingham,
So...
Richard Jenkins, all kinds of great actors.
That was really well done.
It was.
It's about a halfway house.
Yeah, it was.
And the residents and overseer thereof.
Yeah, it was a lot of cognitive and physical disabilities. Not like a drug halfway house
No,
kind of
no,
thing.
no.
It was a residency, and there was a social worker that would check in on them, and it was just all the fun that would ensue. It was a really, really good show.
Yep, I think we shall watch it again soon.
Yep.
Here
The other
comes the
one-
twain.
Yep, trains. What was the other one? Oh, Mozart and the Whale with Josh Hartnett. That's
That was
really
really
good.
sad.
Why?
Isn't it? Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one.
No. He's a taxi driver and he has eidetic memory and autism.
Yeah.
And he did a lot of research because we have friends and family that have autism in their life and in their homes, and yeah, it was spot on.
Very well done.
Yep, very well done. Oh, I marked Less Than Zero with Robert Downey Jr. as unwatched because you said you hadn't seen
Less
it.
Than Zero. Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Yeah. We watched, my next guest was David Letterman. He interviewed Robert Downey Jr. this season. And I had forgotten about a lot of his early films that were really well done, Less Than Zero being one of them. And Johnny Be Good. That's a mindless Saturday
In
night
half a mile,
popcorn
use the
movie.
left lane to take the US 287 ramp.
All right, we're almost there. Woohoo!
4 minutes, 2.2 miles.
Use the left lane to take the US 287 ramp, then keep left to continue on I-40 West.
Oh, wrong button. Relay.
Thank you.
Keep left to continue on I-40 West.
It's exit 76.
Okay. Danke.
Bitte.
Continue on I-40 West for 3/4 of a mile.
$113 cars on that train.
Oh, you
I'm not
counted?
sure. I'm not sure if he counted or if he looked it up. I'm not even sure you can look that kind of stuff up. I don't know. A lot of tractor trailers in that junkyard. Well, tractors, less trailers.
In half a mile, take exit 76 toward Texas 468 Spur Airport Boulevard.
Not there yet.
And remember, it's a frontage.
Yeah.
I don't see anything coming, so we
Take
should be.
exit 76, then merge onto I-40 Access Road.
The thing I remember most about this one was how windy it was and how good the internet signal was.
Yeah.
But that was 2010. I'm
Still
sure it's
good.
still windy. So I guess I'm turning left.
In 1,000
Yeah.
feet, turn left onto Airport Boulevard, Jewett-Atbury Road.
Y'all guys are freaking me out.
I think they're all going to a fueling station.
Well, this one now has a left turn signal on. I'm not sure. Maybe
Take
it's
the next
hazards.
left onto Airport Boulevard, Jewett-Atbury Road, then turn right.
Nope, not hazards.
Nope. He's making a wide turn, I guess.
Cross traffic does not stop. So that one is. And now I got this one. And now I got that one. Dude.
He's turning.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, he's in the turn only lane. We just follow that big rig.
Yep. Cars and RVs are this one, but how? What is the
Turn right.
elevation
Trucks.
of
Your
that?
destination will
Just
be
go
on
with
the
the
right.
trucks. We're big enough.
I know. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to risk fitting through under that.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that's not even. There's not even a good place in that area for RVs.
They're probably thinking
Continue
like
for
camper
3/4
vans.
of a mile.
John says he counted, and
Oh.
he'll save some ham for January. So
Nice.
happy gobbles. Yeah, because we stay when we stayed here, we had the fifth wheel, so we were
We
over on
did.
this side too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like little tiny spots. for
Yeah,
RVs.
that's not gonna
Yeah.
that's not gonna work for us. Ah, dang you.
So there's a.
I'm thinking up
So
here.
go up around and come back, and there's one right there with a marker. Unless.
Oh, yep. I see what you're talking about. Unless he gets it.
Yeah. And then we can loop back around because there's a marker
There's
there
a marker
too.
there. Yep.
Actually, if you go all the way around, the first one on that end that you come into, there is no lane to pass through, so it's curb and then the yellow stripes.
Okay. Wait.
So go up like you're,
So a lot like his.
yeah, but I don't know what he's doing. He may be heading that way. I got no idea.
Oh, I see what you're talking. No, that's where that truck parked.
Oh, that truck wasn't there a minute ago.
No, we literally just came in ahead of us.
All right, then I don't know.
In 600 feet, turn left onto Jewett-Atbury Road.
Okay, so I'm gonna come in. Oh, I see. Yep, there is a spot there.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, so this way we can bring a slide out, but we don't
Yes.
have to worry about people passing us. You need me to step out and make sure we're...
If you want to, that'd probably be good. I'll get my walkie out.
Battery level high, channel 4.
I know I'm well inside of the white
Yeah.
line.
All right, I'm muted.
Okay. Fifi, what are you doing? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Thanks for traveling along with us today, everyone. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving day. Roger Dodger. And hope you stay safe and COVID free out there. And we will be back online streaming tomorrow. So we will see you then. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.